but deadliest waters on the planet are also some of the most beautiful, lulling you into a false sense of security before boiling you alive, contaminating every cell of your body, or serving you up on the menu to a saltwater crock with a taste for human blood. Sound like sci-fi? That would be a comforting thought for all you Insta influencers searching for that perfect aquamarine backdrop. These dangerous but beautiful waters are pure #death. We're about to pull back the veil on some of the world's prettiest and most precarious waters. Here are 9 gorgeous waters that will kill you. Number 9. Lake Natron. The cherry red waters of Tanzania's Lake Natron might look like nature's ultimate filter, but these waves are dishing up something more ominous than insta-glory. Take it from the thousands of animals who have met their grisly demise by daring to dip a talon or feather into her waters, let alone drink from her shores. Lake Natron is brimming with alkaline-tainted waters, and anything, or one, that gets too close will get a face full of poison. With shimmering red-tinged waves and clear waters, Lake Natron might look like the ultimate Instagram destination, but her sparkling waters are not to be toyed with. If you don't want to die a slow, painful, chemical-laced death, give this gorgeous ruby-coloured lake a serious hard pass. Number 8. Rio Tinto. Speaking of red waters, coming in at number 8 is Spain's Rio Tinto. This jewel-toned river might look like a whimsical backdrop for your floppy hat peace sign pic, but step far away from the shores. Rio Tinto, which is actually Spanish for Red River, gets its warm glow from acid and heavy metals. That's right, Spain's mining boom turned this river into pure poison, sending its pH level skyrocketing to 2.5 and cramming it to the brim with tons of bacteria. If the high acid doesn't get you, the harmful bacteria will. Just hope you don't have any cuts on your feet or legs if you venture into this rolling, rancid river. Or better yet, do as the locals do and stay far away. You don't know what frenzied microorganism is waiting down there with bated breath. Just waiting. Number 7. Lake Kivu. Right on the border between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda is our number 7 pick, Lake Kivu. Don't let the tranquil surface of this massive African lake fool you. What lurks below is a deadly bubble of methane, just waiting to burst and destroy everything in its path. That's right, Lake Kivu is sitting on 65 cubic kilometers of methane. To make matters worse, this silent but deadly freshwater body is also surrounded by volcanic activity. The slightest earthquake could loosen the methane and send the lake sky high. If catastrophic gas isn't enough to make you keep your toes out of Lake Kivu, how about the fact that it's also teeming with killer crocs and is rumoured to contain deadly levels of cholera? Number 6. Hanakapiai Beach. Coming in at number 6 is Hanakapiai Beach in Hawaii, where the endless vistas of sand, towering cliffs and beckoning sea are just calling for a sexy surf selfie in the shallows. But beware, Hanakapiai's beautiful blue-green cove is anything but tranquil. Don't let the gentle lapping of the waves on the white sand shore fool you. With no coral reef to protect the beach, any unlucky soul who treads into the water is swept away by the sea, never to be seen again. The sea around this beach has claimed countless victims, and you'd be well advised to frolic in the surf somewhere less bloodthirsty. Before we continue, please take a moment to subscribe to What Lurks Below and hit the bell to get notified of new video releases, such as this one. Number 5. Mount Neme. At number 5, Mount Neme proves that beauty is really just surface deep. Beneath the impossibly blue waters of this Spanish quarry is the freak result of chemical contamination from a long-closed tungsten mine. A toxic turquoise slurry that is guaranteed to make you sick to your stomach. Instagrammers flock to this true blue destination, only to find their skin ravaged by rashes and their stomachs heaving after just a short dip in her waters. Still, thousands make the journey every year for the perfect #YOLO shot. You might only live once, but you won't live long if you dare to tangle with the tungsten terrors of Mount Neme. Number 4. Cape Tribulation. Australia is known for its treacherous landscape and savage land animals. And sadly for all of you globetrotters out there, the seas aren't any exception. Coming in at number 4, Cape Tribulation lives up to its name, to a T. With swaying palm trees and long stretches of perfect sand, Cape Tribulation might seem the ideal spot to spend a sunny afternoon. But there's a good chance you'll be sharing your beach blanket with a cranky cassowary. These huge flightless birds tend to be on the territorial side. They aren't afraid to boot you off the turf with massive pointy talons. The water isn't much better either. Get ready to do battle with fearsome and hungry saltwater crocodiles, plus hordes of stinging jellyfish, if you decide to stage your insta-shoot at Cape Tribulation. Number 3. Boiling Lake. Nothing could go wrong at our number 3 pick, Boiling Lake, right? In the heart of Montois-Piton National Park is a lake that looks like it was plucked out of a Disney movie. But there's no fairy tale ending for those who venture towards her steaming shores. This ain't an ordinary hot spring. Boiling Lake gets its ethereal veil of mist because it is nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's on the edges. Anyone who's ever tried to test the temperature in the middle was more than likely boiled alive. What caused this blistering body of water? Severe volcanic activity in the region is the culprit. Boiling Lake is the ultimate example of something that you should look at, but definitely not touch. Number 2. Gans Bay. What's worse than a fiery lake of fury? Try a superhighway for great white sharks. Our number 3, Gans Bay, South Africa. Sure does look mighty pretty, but if we've learned anything from this list of breathtaking but bloody aquatic destinations, it's that looks can be deceiving. The beach is gorgeous, sure, but venture into the water and you run the risk of becoming a human-sized shark snack. Gans Bay has so many toothy mega predators that it's actually known as Shark Alley, which is a cute way of saying that it's a fantastic place to get cornered in a deep and dark underground alley by a starving great white, with no escape. Still, tons of tourists flock to Gans Bay every year for sunbathing and merrymaking along these deadly shores. Number 1. Kilauea Beaches. Hawaii has the distinction of having not 1, but 2 deadly waters on this list. And our number 1 pick is a true doozy. The beaches of Kilauea are unbelievably photogenic, with jet black sand rushing down to meet the aquamarine sea. It's truly like no other place on Earth. And there's a very good reason why. Kilauea's signature black sand is actually the byproduct of a volatile volcano that has spent nearly half a decade belching molten lava into the sea and turning the serene waves into a scalding hellscape. It might look beautiful, but dip a toe in and you'll see why this grouchy gusher earned her beaches the number 1 spot. You do know that what you can't see can hurt you, right? The waters that cover our planet are teeming with all sorts of tiny nasties. Bacteria that spell certain death if you cross them. These malicious microbes are found in freshwater, saltwater, and could even be lurking in your own hot tub. Fancy a dip? You're flirting with danger, especially if you're unlucky to brush up against one of these 7 deadliest bacterias. Number 7. Cyanobacteria. Have you ever gazed upon a beautifully green lake and thought, I wonder why the water is that colour? That slick and slimy algae is the first sign that you should stay far, far away, because it's teeming with cyanobacteria. This toxic slime attacks the immune system and mimics the flu. Prepare for some serious symptoms like uncontrollable vomiting, bloody diarrhea, and delirium. Cyanobacteria don't play, and this atrocious algae can attack through your nose, skin, or mouth. Next time you see an emerald-coloured lake or pond, think twice about cooling off in it. Otherwise, you might be walking away with a lot more than you bargained for. Number 6. MRSA. What's scarier than a waterborne bacteria? How about one that is almost completely immune to antibiotics? Enter MRSA, and it's coming to a beach near you. MRSA is your run-of-the-mill staph infection on steroids, and our friendly oceans are just teeming with it. Come into contact with MRSA and you can expect the rash from hell, pimples that erupt into huge abscesses, and can even lead to organ failure if untreated. If you think getting rid of MRSA is easy, think again. This serious staph infection doesn't take kindly to antibiotics, and you'll probably have to go through several rounds of treatment to even make a dent in it. If you think MRSA is bad, wait until you get a load of our number 5 pick. Number 5. Legionella. Next time you're up for a romantic dip in the hot tub, make sure the Legionella doesn't show up and spoil the mood. These squicky bacteria absolutely adore the warm, bubbling waters of your friendly neighbourhood hot tub. Although you'll find Legionella in freshwater around the world, they're mainly cozied up near the jets of your spa. Why? These little buggers love hot water, and spas fit the bill. Legionella isn't just in the water either. These creepers cling to water vapour particles, so there's a good chance that you'll gulp in a mouthful without even knowing it. So, what happens when Legionella gets under your skin? If you're lucky, you'll just get Pontiac fever, a chest infection that mimics bronchitis. That's the good news. Unlucky folks develop Legionnaire's disease, which racks your body with wheezing, coughing, and muscle aches for nearly a month. Our next pick is something that is completely resistant to antibiotics and medicine. Number 4. Hepatitis. If contracting the big bad hep from the water wasn't something that ever occurred to you, you're not alone. The scary truth is that hepatitis A could infect just about any body of water, and the culprit is medical waste and feces. Hepatitis A, B, or C. Although hepatitis A and C can be managed with medicine, there is no definitive cure, other than time and a strong immune system. Hepatitis B is the worst monster, attacking your liver and shutting down major body organs. Even hepatitis A and C are nasty, often resulting in serious sickness. The craziest thing? You might not even know that you have hepatitis until months or even years after you get it. Bathing beauties, beware! Unlike some of the others on this list, hepatitis can lurk in any body of water on Earth. Even more scary, it can even be lying in wait in your drinking water. Number 3. Escherichia coli. That's right, we're talking about that E. coli. The nastiest of the nastiest. This toilet-borne terror is spread all over the waters of lakes, swimming pools, and ponds. You've probably taken a refreshing dip through some E. coli-infested waters without even knowing it. Swallow this bad boy, and you're in for a world of pain. Stomach cramps, bloody diarrhea, and projectile vomiting are definitely in your future. Every time you jump in the pool, you're rolling the dice with E. coli. Unless you want to swear off the water forever. The only thing you can do is try not to swallow the poop-laced water and hope for the best. Good luck with that one. This next bacteria makes E. coli look like a walk in the park. If you value your skin and your life, hope that you never come into contact with our number 2 pick. Number 2. Vibrio vulnificus. All water lovers, pay attention. Vibrio vulnificus is lurking in the shallows, near you. Although the name has a cute Harry Potter ring to it, Vibrio vulnificus is anything but charming. You probably know it by its other name, flesh-eating bacteria. Vibrio vulnificus enters your body through open wounds, and once it gets in, the clock starts ticking. Those who don't get immediate medical treatment are at risk of losing their limbs, or worse, their lives. The first signs of this saltwater monster are intense cramping and nausea. You'll start to feel really lightheaded and like something is just off. Then, the fun part begins. Vibrio vulnificus transforms your limbs into burning, pulsating appendages, ruthlessly attacking your body and sending you into shock. Once you pass this threshold, it's only a matter of time before you start to lose parts of your body, and eventually, Vibrio vulnificus takes your life too. What could possibly be worse than Vibrio vulnificus? Buckle up for our number 1 pick. Number 1. Naegleria fowleri. While you have a fighting chance of escaping with at least some of your limbs from Vibrio vulnificus, swimmers unfortunate enough to tangle with Naegleria fowleri are not so lucky. In fact, out of the 145 people who've contracted this bacteria, only 4 have lived to tell the tale. If you don't like those odds, stay away from freshwater lakes and ponds. Naegleria fowleri is an amoeba that attacks the brain by swimming straight up your nose and into your most precious organ. Is there any good news here? Fortunately, there is. You can't get Naegleria fowleri through drinking water, only by taking that fatally timed nosedive into your local watering hole. Early symptoms of Naegleria fowleri mimic the flu, so sufferers are labouring under the delusion that they are just a little bit under the weather. That is, until Naegleria fowleri delivers the final blow and starts in on its favourite meal, the human brain. It's no wonder why this atrocious amoeba tops our list at number 1. It just goes to show you that the smallest things in the world can be the stuff of our darkest nightmares. There's no shortage of deadly and dangerous things in the deep, dark oceans. But who could have predicted that the worst threat could come from the water itself? Of course, we're not talking about normal water, but a saline-charged killer lake lurking at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. A veritable no-man's land of despair that pickles anything and everything on contact. Breach the low walls of this salty slayer, and you'll pay the ultimate price. What lies in wait in the devilish deep might look innocent on the surface, but looks can be deceiving, and the ignorant will pay the ultimate price. Here are 13 bone-chilling facts about the Gulf of Mexico's most lethal lake. Number 13. It's nicknamed the Jacuzzi of Death. The killer lake goes by several charming nicknames, including the Jacuzzi of Death and the Hot Tub of Despair. Pick your nickname, but you can't pick your poison, because anything that ventures into the killer lake succumbs to the same sad fate. There's really no silver lining when it comes to the ominous Jacuzzi of Death, and this is the last place in the world where you would want to sink in for a soothing swim across the noxious bubbles. We can only speculate that the intrepid explorers who dreamt up this macabre moniker could not think of a better way to describe the killer lake, and after learning the following 12 facts, we couldn't agree more. Number 12. It literally kills everything that ventures in. It could be as innocent as accidentally dipping a crab claw into the briny slurry, or taking one wrong step on the edge and slipping into the darkness below. Don't think that you'll fall into a salty, dreamless sleep either. The lake is a cruel assassin, with a horrible habit of exercising extreme sadism on the unfortunate souls that fall to her depths. In short, you'll be pickled to death, slowly and painfully. The agonizing aftermath is ultimately death, but it surely can't come soon enough for the creatures who've fallen into the killer lake's clutches. What makes it so toxic? Number 11. It's a slew of crazy toxic chemicals. 5 words. Most dangerous substances on Earth. The killer lake is simply brimming with a lethal slurry of some of the nastiest stuff on the planet. Not only is it dangerously salty, but it is also burping up some nasty chemicals that add a big dose of insult to injury. The killer lake is full of tons of hydrogen sulfide and methane. In small doses, methane is not all that dangerous. But like everything else in the killer lake, we're not talking about microdoses or safe levels of methane. The methane in the lake is supersized, bubbling up from the depths and suffocating everything in its path. Similarly, rotten egg stinking hydrogen sulfide is a smothering agent, intoxicating any unfortunate creature before they succumb to the lake's slow pickling. Number 10. It's 3,300 feet below the surface. If the idea of a cruel lake exacting punishment on the woeful creatures that live near her depths is freaky enough, but consider the fact that it's a full 3,300 feet below the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. Scientists stumbled upon the killer lake in 2015, a ghastly discovery that made them reconsider the frightening scope of what lies on the bottom of our seas. Although the killer lake was recently discovered by people, it's been lurking below the Gulf of Mexico since the beginning of recorded time. Number 9. It was formed over millions of years. The killer lake has been around for a long time. Once upon a million years ago, the Gulf of Mexico was a shallow shadow of its current self. The briny waters of the Gulf dried up, leaving behind massive salt deposits. This salt wormed its way into the very rock bed of the Gulf, splitting open the earth and releasing lethal gases, oil and concentrated brine. As the planet shifted again, the Gulf of Mexico filled in with seawater, leaving a nasty surprise at the bottom, a supercharged prehistoric saline lake. Why didn't the salt just mix with the seawater? Number 8. The lake is too toxic to mix with seawater. Killer lakes don't play nice with the sea, and the two are stubbornly separated on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. The salt slurry is far too dense to mix with the surrounding water, keeping it fixed right at the bottom of the seabed. On one hand, the marine animals in the Gulf of Mexico are spared the wrath of the barbarously briny lake. On the other hand, the ancient killer lake will never be diluted, maintaining and perhaps even gaining strength as the years go on. Number 7. There's almost no oxygen in the killer lake. Fancy a dip in the jacuzzi of death? You'd better hope that you can hold your breath for an extended period of time. In addition to being a salty nightmare full of fatal chemicals, the killer lake is also almost entirely devoid of oxygen. Even though sea creatures don't breathe air as we do, they still need molecules of oxygen in the water to survive. Is there a more inhospitable environment on the planet? Unfortunately, yes, and it feeds the belly of the beast. The killer lake isn't an anomaly. It's part of a whole network. Number 6. It's connected to a briny underwater river. The million-year-old murderous lake gets by with a little help from its murderous friends. Specifically, a fully functional briny underwater river that pumps salt and chemicals right into the hot tub of despair. Although the river isn't quite as toxic as the lake itself, it certainly aids the devilish pool on its quest to be the most malignant force on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. The killer lake sucks brine and chemicals out of the river, absorbing them into its witch's cauldron of sorrow with breathtaking efficiency. Number 5. The lake is surprisingly warm. The lake's siren song just can't be ignored, and the waters of this briny bubble are balmier than the rest of the ocean. The world's worst jacuzzi sits at a pleasant 65 degrees Fahrenheit, making it the world's worst tropical destination. On its face, the lake is a pleasant place to take a dip, lulling creatures in like a warm bathtub. Especially when you consider the fact that the surrounding water is about 30 degrees cooler. All of this works together to the lake's advantage, because innocent marine animals often venture into its dangerous depths in search of a toasty bit of sea and the promise of a tasty lunch. Number 4. There are a lot of animals around the lake. Marine life abounds around the perimeter of the killer lake, proving that ignorance is only bliss until they venture over the barrier into the destructive clutches of the jacuzzi of death. It's no wonder that these innocent animals cluster around the lake. The lake radiates heat from the seabed, and the creatures bask in their false comfort without knowing that certain death awaits them on the other side. There's only one animal that has formed a tenuous alliance with the killer lake. Number 3. Mussels live on the side. The killer lake is simply teeming with noxious bacteria and all sorts of nasties, and there is one creature that thrives in that environment, but still doesn't dare to venture into the lake itself. Giant mussels have found their sweet spot on the elevated walls of the hot tub of despair, clinging to the edge to slurp down a nasty snack of bacteria while still keeping their distance from the poisonous slurry within. Chemicals, bacteria, and mussels all compose this grim circle of life. The killer lake's bacteria consume the mix of dangerous chemicals and become food for the giant mussels. It's a tenuous alliance, and mussels that accidentally get too close to the edge aren't spared the wrath of the killer lake. Number 2. It's an underwater graveyard. What goes into the lake doesn't come out alive or dead. A top view of the jacuzzi of death yields some grisly results. The remains of unfortunate marine animals litter the killer lake's floor, each one perfectly preserved. The lake is small, only about 100 feet around and 12 feet deep around the edges, making the ocean's most compact graveyard. No matter how many corpses are at the bottom, there's always room for more. All manner of marine life has been discovered pickled in the lake, from crabs to tiny fish. Each preserved body is a ghastly reminder that there are some places in the world that are true no-go zones. Number 1. Nobody knows where the bottom is. Although the perimeter of the killer lake is relatively shallow at a mere 12 feet, nobody knows where the bottom of the saline monster is. How can the killer lake be a bottomless pit when it was formed millions of years ago? The lake sucked up nasty gases and brine from deep inside the planet, forming on a fissure in the Earth's crust. Scientists have tried to probe the salty depths of the killer lake without success. Probes have been employed to scout the lake for signs of a bottom, with the lowest one reaching a full 62 feet before being forced to return to the surface. Some speculate that the bottom might be several miles below the ocean floor, continually gushing up the mix of chemicals that makes the lake so absolutely terrifying. Others wonder if the lake actually has a floor, or if it's a bottomless pit of woe, a briny hell at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico.
Imagine a Frankenstein mashup of all your darkest deep-sea terrors, and you just may come close to describing the single most terrifying strip of water on the planet, Drake's Passage. This nightmarish watery wasteland near the bottom of the Earth combines a host of unique dangers with fierce weather systems and bottomless depths. Throw in the possibilities of real-life sea monsters, and you have a journey fit for only the saltiest of souls. Picture biting glacial waters clashing with warmer currents from the north in a ghoulish, frenzied washing machine that eats cruise ships alive. How about the staggering depths that rival some of the tallest mountains on the planet? Or rogue waves that smash up ships like matchsticks? There's a reason the pristine polar regions are untouched. You have to travel through the roughest seas you've never heard of to get there. Here are 6 reasons why you need to be a madman to venture into Drake's Passage. If you want to explore the untouched, pristine paradise of Antarctica, you'll have to pay your respects at Drake's Passage. Drake's Passage is the strip of southern sea that you've never heard of, but would freeze you to the core, and not just because of the frigid Antarctic water. Drake's Passage sits right off the very southern tip of South America and reaches up into the chilly embrace of the Antarctic Peninsula, and is the site of rough seas, monster waves, and more shipwrecks than you can count. Ready to get your polar cherry popped? Here are 6 facts that you've never heard about Drake's Passage. Number 6. Stay out of the water. Drake's Passage sits right near the very bottom of the world, so its temperatures are downright freezing. But what makes this stretch of sea so dangerous isn't just the temperature. Drake's Passage is the world's mightiest washing machine, dredging up chilly seawater from the polar regions and mixing it with warmer water from the north. Sea temperatures can fluctuate 20 degrees, a huge difference when it comes to how kind the sea is. Cold and warmer water do battle in Drake's Passage, forming massive eddies that wash and rinse smaller ships in their currents. Even the bravest sailors shudder to think about the mighty clash of water sloshing around in Drake's Passage. Speaking of currents, number 5 is the sheer number of crazy currents that flow through Drake's Passage. Thanks to the wicked mix of warm and cold water, these currents are the most powerful on Earth. And to honor the sheer terror, you have to contend with the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. The biggest in the world, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current runs a whopping 12,400 miles, splitting Drake's Passage right in half with its mighty flow. Drake's Passage's narrow size bottlenecks the water and makes the ACC even more intense and deadly. Drake's Passage is only 500 miles wide, and most ships can pass through in 2 days, if they make it. The sheer volume of water and cold currents rushing through Drake's Passage is astounding. Even the most seaworthy vessels quake in terror when they have to cross the dreadful Drake. Number 4. Drake's Passage is deep and dark. This perilous polar passage is 11,000 feet deep in its shallowest parts. Many parts of the Drake dip below 15,600 feet. That means that you could put Mount Rainier upside down in the passage and still have room for a colossal sea monster to swim in the space between its base and the surface. That's a lot of water, and nobody knows for certain what lies in wait down there under the chilly waves. One thing is for certain, if the cold water or the massive currents didn't get you first, there's no way you'd be able to swim your way out of Drake's Passage. It should come as no surprise that Drake's Passage is also the site of several strange sea sightings. From leviathans to giant squid, pretty much every imaginable freak of the deep has been spotted in these waters. With so much mystery swirling around Drake's Passage, who's to say what's real and what's fiction? One thing is for sure, you're taking your life in your hands when you venture forth through Drake's deep, dark passage. Our number 3 pick is the worst case scenario that you can imagine when attempting to make your way through the rough, freezing deep seas in one of the most remote parts of the world. Rogue waves can happen anywhere, but they are extremely common in Drake's Passage. These mammoth waves come out of nowhere, and even the sturdiest ships are powerless to stop them. Towering dozens of feet and sometimes reaching 100 terrifying feet of sheer water, these walls of death cause inevitable calamity. If you're traveling through Drake's Passage, there's a good chance that you'll see one of these monsters up close. Is it the nature of the water in the Drake, or the fact that the seas are so spine-tinglingly deep that causes it to be a rogue wave breeding ground? We might never know. What we do know is that unpredictable seas and surprise gargantuan waves make Drake's Passage a place where only those with nerves of steel dare to tread. Number 2, it's a notorious sea graveyard. After everything we've told you about Drake's Passage, did you really expect it to be so easy? Even so, Drake's Passage is more than just a dangerous stretch of icy deep sea. It's also the final resting place for tons of different ships who rolled the dice with Drake and lost out big. We don't know all of the lives or vessels that Drake's Passage has claimed, but there are horrible accounts that go all the way back to the beginning of record keeping. The cruelest is the San Telmo, which set sail through the Drake in 1819 and never returned to the safety of dry land. What happened to the San Telmo? We can only speculate that it ran afoul of a killer current, towering rogue wave, or perhaps some colossal creature of the deep. Nearly 700 people lost their lives, and the San Telmo was lost to the annals of history. The San Telmo is only one example of a ship that lost the battle with mighty nature. But don't be fooled into thinking that these sorts of things don't happen today. Drake's Passage is just as dangerous as it ever was, and maybe even more, as people get the thirst to travel to the lowest reaches of the planet. Don't get too comfy on that deck chair. Our number one pick is the horrifying fact that Drake's Passage eats cruise ships with alarming regularity. Nope, the size of your ship won't do squat to prevent a disaster. Drake's Passage takes absolutely no prisoners, even those who paid big bucks for Antarctica bragging rights. You'll only be able to get through with nerves of steel and sheer luck. In 2010, the luxury cruise ship Clelia II was battered mercilessly by winds and waves in Drake's Passage, lost power, and had to retreat back to the safety of South America. Fortune favored the crew and passengers of the Clelia II, and even though the entire bow was almost submerged beneath the unforgiving waves, they managed to escape. The Silver Sea Explorer was smashed by a rogue wave in 2013, and the MV Explorer actually sank after colliding into an iceberg, shattering the Antarctic hopes and glory of her passengers. Miraculously, not a single person died. Drake's Passage is not to be trifled with, and this mighty and unpredictable stretch routinely bests and beats even the toughest vessels on the planet. If you dream of seeing the immaculate, untouched regions of the southern world, tread with caution. There is no way to get there without paying the piper at Drake's Passage, and the price of admission is high.
Does the idea that you are covered in tiny, living bacteria make your skin crawl? You're not alone in being totally squicked out by the thought of billions upon billions of invisible, uninvited guests camping out all over your business. But the fact is that these microscopic creatures are helping you out way more than they are hurting you. Consider them wee cheerleaders, helping your body function at its maximum capacity, and sometimes throwing in some bizarre side effects for good measure. For better or worse, we are stuck with our body's microbes. So here are 11 crazy facts to help you get to know them better. Number 11. Bacteria makes your feet stinky. Anyone who has ever made the rookie mistake of wearing sneakers with no socks knows that the phenomenon of cheesy feet is a real thing. Our feet can let off some truly foul odours after a long day, and we can thank a special type of bacteria called Brevibacterium for that. This funky microbe loves to suck up all the amino acids that naturally collect on your feet, transforming them into methanethiol, which is the same putrid molecule that gives Limburger cheese its disgusting aroma. Brevibacterium's ideal snacking conditions are moist, damp environments, which is why your socks reek after a heavy gym session, and why you should never wear tennis shoes without socks. Fortunately, there's a simple way to stop the rancid effects of Brevibacterium. Simply practice good hygiene, shower often, and throw those nasty socks right into the washing machine after working out. Number 10. Your body is Microbe City. Your body is simply teeming with tons and tons of microbes. In fact, there are more individual invisible bacteria on your body than there are stars in our entire galaxy. We are talking about trillions of little buggers that are simply crawling all around inside of you at this very minute. There are 10 times more microbes than cells in your body. But these critters are so tiny that they only take up a small amount of your actual body weight. While this fact might give you the heebie-jeebies, it's important to keep it in context. You don't realize the sheer volume of bacteria bunking with you, because they've always been part of you. And don't worry, most of the bacteria on your body is actually very good for your organs and overall function. So relax and embrace your infinitesimal friends. Number 9. Collective microbes weight equals your brain. Even though there are trillions upon trillions of microbes inside your body at any given time, they are so small that when you put their weight together, it's only about the sum of your most important organ, your brain. Depending on your size and age, if you took all of your microbes and put them on a scale, they would top off at about 4 pounds, the average weight of the human brain. Not only that, each and every one of those mighty microbes is performing an essential individual function, right this very moment. Number 8. Babies get bacteria during labour. Your first brush with your very own microbe collection comes right as you are getting ready to say hello to the world for the first time. Although fetuses are shielded from microbes in utero, thanks to the amniotic sac, newborn babies get a serious brush with bacteria as they slide out through the birth canal. The microbes latch onto the baby's skin and even get sucked into their mouths, where they start the process of multiplying and settling into their host. If the baby is born via C-section, he or she picks up microbes from the doctor and attracts it from all around the room. As soon as newborns enter the world, they are working on building their very own microbe factories, inviting trillions of the little guys to take up residence in their bodies. Number 7. Your mouth is full of bacteria. Bad news, germaphobes. Kissing might be cancelled forever. Your mouth, my mouth, and every single other human mouth on the planet are teeming with tons and tons of different types of bacteria. You know, the icky taste in your mouth when you first wake up in the morning? Bacteria. That sharp pain you have in your tooth when you bite down on something sweet or cold? Bacteria worming its way into your teeth. While some mouth microbes are harmless, some are downright destructive and can cause plenty of actual pain and suffering, as well as dental bills for decades. There are close to 1,200 strains of microbes swimming around in our mouths at any given time. Some microbes just stop by on their way to other parts of your body, but other bacteria prefer to burrow and stay a while. Some of the most insidious stuff causes tooth decay and other dental problems, which is why if you have a family history of weak teeth or dental issues, you should never miss your 6-month checkup. Number 6. Stomach microbes are hardcore. Your stomach is not the happiest place on earth. In fact, it's a bubbling pit of despair, full of searing hydrochloric acid and peptidases capable of pulverizing food particles into bits. This acidic atmosphere is downright toxic to most microbes, but there are a few hardcore bacteria that actually prefer the nasty bodily climate of your hyperacidic stomach. While scientists are just scratching the surface of exactly what kind of hearty organisms can live in your stomach, they have hit on a few clues. One microbe called Deinococcus radiodurans is thought to thrive in the acidic pit of our least hospitable organ. This bacteria can consume radioactive waste and still thrive, making it the ultimate badass of the bacteria world. As it turns out, we are lucky that microbes call our organs home. Number 5. Microbes are vital to organ health. The fact is, we need microbes to be healthy. All of our systems, from inside to out, rely on a healthy dose of hard-working bacteria to function optimally. Without microbes, we would probably not survive past our first birthday. And that's being generous. Humans get doused in a very heavy dose of microbes before we even open our eyes, and our bacteria buddies stay with us all of our lives, multiplying as we age. Bacteria are powerhouses when it comes to shielding our brain and intestines from being overrun by malicious invaders, and keep our immune systems running at full strength. Without these microbes, we would be vulnerable to infection, disease, and death around every corner. But thanks to these crucial critters, we could walk around unscathed. The fact that most microbes are tremendous allies when it comes to our fight for survival might make our number 4 pick a little easier to swallow. Number 4. You're completely covered in microbes. We've already established that bacteria coats every single square inch of your insides, but we might not have mentioned that it's all over your skin as well. From the top of your head to the soles of your feet, there is not one single patch of your skin, hair, fingernails, or any other part of you that is not teeming with millions of microbes this very moment. The number of microbes might differ a bit. Those who wear deodorant religiously have fewer bacteria in their armpits than people who prefer to go au natural. But the fact still remains that we've all got creepy crawlies all over us, no matter how much we shower. Not only are you crusted in microbes, but your body is also a breeding ground for fungi, viruses, and other organisms. It's okay though. You can take some solace in the fact that the vast majority of these miniature organisms are good. They don't mean you any harm, and in fact, are pretty damn special when it comes down to it. Our number 3 pick shows why microbes are a special and unique part of what makes you, you. Number 3. Your microbes are entirely unique. The puny but tough bacteria that cover your body from head to foot and keep your organs running like a well-oiled machine are totally unique to you. Just like your fingerprints, no two people have the same microbes. Your bacterial balance is yours and yours alone. How cool is that? This exclusive mix of bacteria helps you fight off infections, keeps you healthy, and is specifically tailored to your needs. You've grown your colony of tiny allies over the course of your lifetime. The reason that your microbes are tailored to you is simple. No two people have precisely the same experiences. Bacteria evolve and multiply depending on environmental factors and internal needs. Even identical twins have different microbe compositions because, despite their similar DNA, they don't go through the world the same way. Since microbes far outnumber our own cells, you could say they are a more significant part of what makes us us than any other factor on the planet. If you thought that one was crazy, wait until you check out our number 2 pick. Number 2. Microbes affect our fashion sense. By now, we have established that microbes impact nearly every area of our lives. But this fact should still come as a surprise. How can a microscopic organism living deep inside of our body have any say over whether or not we know how to dress properly? As is often the case, truth is stranger than fiction. Nobody necessarily knows how or why microbes should play a role in our fashion choices, but we are fairly sure that they do. There's a wacky microbe called Toxoplasma gondii that makes men sloppy dressers and women sharp ones. It's prevalent in about a third of human society, and has other effects too, such as increasing sociability and promoting rule-breaking. In a bizarre twist, Toxoplasma gondii shows up in mice, and while our 4-legged rodent friends don't develop a dapper fashion sense thanks to the microbe, they are far less naturally suspicious of cats. Number 1. Our bacterial microbes defend us. Our unique bacteria is on a never-ending mission to keep us safe and healthy. Every day our bodies are under siege by invisible enemies. Some are relatively harmless, like athlete's foot, and others are downright dangerous. Whatever the threat, our microbes are there to defend us from harm by fighting off infections and warding away any unpleasant or destructive forces. The fact that we are glazed in trillions of microbes means that we walk around under an invisible shield of living organisms whose only job it is to keep us safe. Those with autoimmune illnesses or compromised immune systems suffer from a lack of microbes, which is why they are at greater risk of getting sick. Some revolutionary treatments involve introducing microbes to vulnerable patients, and they've had great success. It's clear that when these friendly bacteria bond, they bond for life, and like any good BFFs, they've got your back no matter what. The good news is that most people don't need to do much to keep their friendly neighborhood microbes around. They will always be there whenever we need them, ready to take on some hostile fungus or ward off germs like the bacterial badasses they are. Hurricanes have been growing far more disastrous in recent years, and global warming is to blame. With increasing rises in climate temperature, hurricanes, natural forces fueled by heat, can only grow more aggressive the hotter they get. As these tropical cyclones thrive off warmth in the atmosphere, wet air acts as Mother Nature's arch nemesis, ready and waiting to add fury to an already furious storm. Here are 8 reasons why hurricanes are more aggressive than ever, and how they're only getting worse. They're increasing in intensity. Recent studies have shown that the most violent of hurricanes, occurring in some regions of the North Atlantic, have increased in intensity over the past 2 to 3 decades. Research has shown an astonishing 45 to 87% increase in the frequency of Category 4 and 5 hurricanes, numbers that indicate how severe a hurricane is, with 4 and 5 being the absolute max. Due to global warming and intensified storms, scientists predict Category 6 cyclones in our near future. 7. Everything is hotter. Since warm air holds more moisture, climate change has significantly increased the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, leading to far wetter hurricanes that in turn unleash more extreme rainfall. So, the warmer and wetter the air, the more fuel for an already aggravated force of destruction. The scientific facts connecting climate change to hurricanes is strong, as it's easy to see how warmer oceans only serve to fuel more extreme storms. 6. Wind speeds at an all-time high. Hurricanes are categorized based on wind speed, and a storm with winds exceeding 74 miles per hour is marked as a Category 1 hurricane. Storms with winds stronger than 111 miles per hour are considered major hurricanes and are marked with a Category 3 or higher. Yet, wind speed is only one factor leading to a hurricane's impact. Others include its path, size, the structure of the storm, amount of rain, length of time, and vulnerable areas the hurricane crosses paths with. It's easy to see from our most recent storms that these indestructible forces of nature are only getting worse with time. 8 of the 10 costliest hurricanes in the world, due to wind speed and force, have all occurred since 2004. Before we continue, please take a moment to subscribe to What Lurks Below. Give us a thumbs up if you're enjoying the video, and don't forget to hit the bell to get notified of future releases. 5. Sea levels are rising. Sea levels will make future coastal storms, and hurricanes in particular, much more damaging. Scientists have determined that the general sea level is expected to rise by 1 to 4 feet during the next century, which can only serve to amplify coastal flooding. Let's look at Hurricane Sandy, a devastating blow to New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut in 2012, which racked up $65 billion in damages due to flooding. Frequency and intensity have shown to increase from about 11 tropical storms annually between 1966 and 2009 to 16 annually between 2000 and 2013 alone. The increase in frequency is connected with the rise in North Atlantic sea levels, an unfortunate result of climate change. 4. Sea temps are warming. Warmer sea surface temperatures have a devastating impact on tropical storm wind speeds, serving to deliver more damage if they make land contact. Also, warmer seas mean more precipitation, with rainfall rates during hurricanes projected to increase by 20%. As shown by Hurricane Harvey's 5 feet of rain in Texas in 2017, this can be quite devastating to a community at large. We're in trouble then, considering heat in the ocean is a hurricane's primary source of fuel, and the world's oceans have absorbed more than 90% of the warming in the past 50 years. When water vapor condenses into cloud droplets, the result is a release of heat into the atmosphere, and the exact source that a hurricane feeds off most. Take our recent hit in the Bahamas, for example, as Hurricane Dorian developed water 1 degree Celsius warmer than normal. What does this mean for a violent storm? An abundance of unwanted energy. 3. They're beginning to stall. Hurricane Dorian's strike, which proved so devastating, was based on the way it lingered over the Bahamas. After beating down on an area for more than 40 hours, the storm finally swerved north as a Category 2 storm. This event is known as stalling, and something that has become much more common in the past 3/4 of a century. North Atlantic hurricanes have been shown to slow at a rate of 17% since 1944, while annual coastal rainfall from hurricanes has increased by 40% in the same period. Tropical cyclones worldwide are steadily slowing over time, which means more time to hover over a particular area and more damage to the communities within. As longer time over a region allows for wind to build, it also causes water to surge, and more rainfall pulverizing a district. Hurricane Harvey, which dumped more than 5 feet of rain over Texas in 2017, as well as Florence last year, and Dorian now, all fit this pattern. 2. There may be waves around it. Our best bet is to evaluate how much worse this recent disaster was made as a result of human-caused warming, and how likely it is that this level of catastrophe will occur again. In the meantime, the following ways can reduce the risk of these strong storms in the future. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions will soften global warming and seek to regulate heat in the atmosphere. Ways in which communities can curb impacts caused by hurricanes are to preserve coastal wetlands and reefs, which help absorb storm surges. Efforts to help replenish beaches and improve infrastructure that protects against coasts, such as strengthening seawalls, can aid in storm resilience. Elevating buildings to reduce floor damage can help. Designing structures to better withstand high winds and debris can prevent damage. And preparing prior to storms, such as boarding up of windows, clearing property, and having a steady evacuation plan. Such precautions can save us from death and destruction, as models have helped scientists predict that Category 4 and 5 hurricanes in the North Atlantic could become nearly twice as common over the next century as a result of climate change. 1. The proof is in the present. The recent Category 5 hurricane seems to fit a trend. The storm has managed to match or break records for its intensity and for its creeping pace over the Bahamas. Dorian's appearance marked 2019 as the 4th straight year in which a Category 5 tropical storm formed in the Atlantic, the world's longest streak to date. Shocking as the storm has been, climate scientists say it's only a minor indicator of what future hurricanes will look like as the climate continues to warm. Dorian's rapid intensification was unprecedented for a hurricane that was already so deadly. In the span of 9 hours, for example, its peak winds increased from 150 miles per hour to 180 miles per hour, as it just spun and spun over the same spot, a stalling, spinning spectacle of destruction. From rampant shark attacks, parasites that eat your genitals, lion-infested seashores, inescapable quicksand, to volcanic eruptions, and even toxic waste. Don't say you haven't been warned. Behold, 10 of the world's deadliest beaches. Chowpatty Beach, Mumbai. With the Ganges River, rated the 2nd most polluted river in the world, we're talking a waterway where people lay their dead to rest. Then it comes as no surprise that this sandy retreat is one of the world's most polluted beaches. Chowpatty Beach in Mumbai is so bad, it's illegal to swim there. In fact, the sands are so convoluted with garbage and debris from salvaged ships that the once sparkling beachfront has become a dump site. The water is brimming with waste and runoff from the nearby city of Mumbai. What's more, the conditions worsened after the 2011 catastrophe, in which a vessel known as the MV Rak sunk, unleashing 60,000 metric tons of coal into the ocean. Polluted beaches may not seem as dangerous as one cautioning shark attacks or riptides, but they are far more hazardous to our health than one might think. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, coming into close contact with contaminated water can result in severe illness, E. coli, diarrhea, and sore throats. Children and elderly people with weak immune systems are especially susceptible to infection by bacteria-infested waters, and with sewage making the once pristine beachfront unrecognizable, it would be wise for anyone to stay away. 9. Hanakapiai Beach, Hawaii. A clear indicator of dangerous water is when even professional surfers know better than to hang 10 with the big waves here, which is too bad for a beach so beautiful. It belongs on the glossy cover of a postcard. The spectacular 2-mile hike up the Emerald Hills to Hanakapiai Beach on the island of Kauai lends a lookout reminiscent of paradise. Don't let looks deceive you though, as here the sparkling waters are as deadly as they come. Due to the beach's high risk factor, there is no trail for visitors, which means the surrounding areas have been left unexplored, save for one wooden post forewarning a high death toll. The sign's own plea for the brave to refrain oftentimes goes ignored, as clearly carved in wood are the number of fatalities which continue to climb. Hanakapiai Beach offers incredibly strong rip currents, which are famous for their ability to pull swimmers under and drown them in seconds. Second, the lack of a coral reef contributes to the power of the currents, as there is no barrier with which to keep swimmers safe from harsh waves. Too many daring divers have been swept out to sea with the tide, as this Hawaiian haven is responsible for 83 deaths within its merciless waves. 8. Skeleton Coast, Namibia. It's named Skeleton Coast. Must we say more? The chilling coastline is rightly named due to the Benguela Current, which is notorious for causing death by shipwreck. Below these treacherous waters, the seabed pays homage to a sinister sight of scattered skulls and bones. If that weren't enough, its waves are home to 11 different species of shark. Stay away from this seascape swarming with sharks and spirits, and you're reasonably safe. Venture on land, however, and behold a new plethora of danger ahead. Lions and hyenas are only a few of the predators which roam the sandy shores of this South African coastline. These beasts are often spotted patrolling the cliffs and beachfronts, and when they perish, their skeletons soon become part of the ambience too. The dry red sands of Skeleton Coast, stretching 500 kilometers long, are virtually uninhabited and painstakingly untamed, taking its name from the thousands of bones littered throughout and the hundreds of ships that have wrecked over the centuries. The creatures that roam are a subtle reminder that the living doesn't linger long, as even Portuguese navigators know to avoid the place they call the Gates of Hell. A fair warning in itself for anyone who dares venture near. Before we continue, take a moment to subscribe to what lurks below and hit the bell to get notified. 7. Gansbaai, South Africa. Fanatics of Shark Week will fall in love with Shark Alley. This beachy hotspot can be found in Gansbaai, South Africa, and has been nicknamed the Great White Shark Capital of the World. The cause is the vast community of seals, which attracts herds of these seething saltwater predators. And what's more, this popular vacation destination has figured out a way to let you swim with these beasts. From the protection of your own cage, of course. Shark cage diving has provided the ultimate adrenaline rush for thrill seekers, since skydiving became a been there done that thing of the past. For anyone who has a fear or love of great white sharks, cage diving allows one to be up close and personal with these terrifying marine monsters. What draws the sharks to the thin parameters of the cage for a friendly face-off? The hundreds of pounds of blood and chum dumped along the South African shoreline every day. This attempt to lure sharks towards speedboats brimming with tourists doesn't sound like a pleasant afternoon in the water or a calm day at the beach. 6. Kilauea, Hawaii. Since the year 1500, about 280,000 people have been killed by volcanoes. Yet despite 3 active sites found on the majestic Hawaiian Islands, when we think of this tropical region of the globe, we'd still think of paradise, with crystal clear waters under palms that sway to the rhythm of soft island music. Hawaii is a beach lover's dream. And this spot of beach, aptly named after its local volcano, Kilauea, makes no exception. With its splendid facade of black sand, Kilauea is not only active, but has been continuously erupting for the past 35 years. When it does, the Earth's fiery core spews an avalanche of scorching lava every which way, causing the surrounding terrain to have turned from sugar crystal white to the colour of soot. Unfortunately, the glistening particles of black sand only look attractive. To the touch, the volcanic fumes and ashes can be deadly. The sooty sediment infiltrates eyes and lungs, putting babies, children and the elderly at risk of health problems, as their weakened immune systems make them more susceptible to infection. Hot lava enters the sea as well, with temperatures reaching 110 degrees in what can only be described as a boiling inferno from hell. Beachgoers would be wise to stay away from Kilauea Beach, as the sand's dust particles lead to serious respiratory problems, and a quick dip in the sea is the human equivalent of throwing a live lobster into a pot of boiling water. 5. Playa Zipperlight, Mexico. It's gorgeous, it offers sweeping aquamarine views of the nautical North Pacific, it's nicknamed the Beach of Death. While Playa Zipperlight, Mexico looks like a striking oasis, the waters promise strong and fatal undercurrents. The increased popularity of this sandy retreat has implemented a special team of lifeguards to tend those in danger. Yet, this sunny hotspot on the southern coast of Wax Estate doesn't guarantee you'll leave the water alive. Even with the rescue team hard at work, there is still an alarmingly frequent number of deaths, despite the toll being cut in half since the lifeguards entered the scene. And on a quiet day, with warning signs expelling Spanish tourists who mindlessly wade into the majestic waters, tend to be oblivious of the beach's history and the prevailing riptides. The currents here travel in circular patterns, with adjacent flows that move in opposite directions of one another, making it easy for swimmers to either get pulled outward or pulled toward the shore with the rushing waters. Beachgoers are best staying on land, tossing around beach balls and sipping ice-cold Coronas, than braving the brisk waters of this deadly refuge. 4. Morecambe Bay, Lancashire, UK. The Guardian depicts this next beach as a treacherous place, as Morecambe Bay in Lancashire, UK is like an obstacle course of doom, in which none of the twists or turns can be trusted. The largest expanse of mudflats and sands in the whole of England, this estuary implores the faint of heart to stay away. The proof is in the type of equipment yielded for fishing endeavours alone. For example, a horse and cart or tractor and trailer may seem like an odd choice to use for a simple day of catching some fish, yet this is the only way. Fishermen have no choice but to travel with heavy machinery or horse-drawn contraptions in order to venture onto the hazardous sand flats, in order to reach shellfish grounds and shrimping channels before the tide rushes in. Recently, a group of 19 Chinese cockle pickers were not so lucky. Having found themselves unable to read the warning post in English, the team ventured down near the shore, where they were swiftly caught by the tide and drowned. Morecambe Bay is beautiful, yet deadly, with its combinations of fast tides, quick sinking sand, draining rivers, shifting channels, and utter unpredictability that has rattled the impudent for centuries. Oftentimes, the machinery itself becomes victims of the bay, as sinking pits swallow them whole, never to be seen again. 3. Amazon beaches, South America. Rivers have beaches too, and the Amazon is known for its rich biodiversity. In fact, the waters are populated with 2,500 different species of fish here. With the harmless critters come the horrifying, as the lively currents pay respect to a variety of scary creatures. Anacondas ride through the lapping waves along the riverbank, electric eels sting, and piranhas nibble, and vampire fish, also known as the candiru, a parasite famous for crawling into a man's genitals, eat away at one's insides. Slowly. And that's just inside the water. Along the banks of the Amazon River, modern-day pirates find thievery easy, with the hundreds of smaller rivers at their fingertips to allow these criminals a quick and easy escape. On the shores, there is an abundance of gang-related crimes, such as drug trafficking and robbery. Venture to the beaches of the Amazon, that is, if jungle shadows don't lure you toward the water, and the water's jaws of death don't send you running towards land. 2. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. New Smyrna Beach, Florida, a place named by the Guinness Book of World Records as the shark attack capital of the world, doesn't ring well in one's ears. It also doesn't sound like a place you'd want to go for a relaxing afternoon at the beach. Despite New Smyrna Beach as an absolute beauty and the quintessential Florida summer retreat, it has a daunting reputation. With a record-breaking 238 shark attacks under its belt, the University of Florida's International Shark Attack File recorded 9 shark attacks for 2017, down a whopping 15 from the year before. While this may sound like good news, that is, decreased chances of sharing a friendly afternoon swim with Jaws, the number still puts visitors of New Smyrna Beach at more risk for shark attacks than anywhere else on the planet. What happens when you combine large groups of tasty fish with epic swells, you ask? Ravenous sharks and super stoked surfers? Yet unfortunately, the two don't mix very well. Every summer when the sun is at its peak, the scenario described brings an influx of fish, swimmers, and underwater attacks. Sharks merely mistake them for large fish. After all, they don't even like the taste of human flesh. This mistake is realised a little too late in the game, of course, after a hefty bite is already taken. Beautiful scenery mixed with fear doesn't sound like a relaxing combination, and certainly aren't worth the risk. If swimming with sharks isn't on your summer bucket list, avoid New Smyrna Beach, Florida. 1. Cape Tribulation, Australia. Australia has a fierce reputation for its dangerous beaches, and this one makes no exception. Instead of worrying about raucous riptides or blood-hungry sharks, this sand sanctuary offers a new kind of threat. And encounter not one, but 4 deadly predators. Cape Tribulation, a beach famed for its misfortune, implores that anyone wanting to spend their holiday on this serene seashore wear a specialised stinger suit, the cause being the box jellyfish, the most dangerous and venomous jellyfish in the world, which can grow up to 11 inches wide, with tentacles reaching up to 6 feet long. They're transparent in the water, which makes them almost impossible to see, and can be found in massive swarms along the coast of Northern Territory of Australia. If the need for a special beach outfit isn't enough to keep adventure enthusiasts at bay, how about the notion that the sting from a box jellyfish is so painful some victims suffer from cardiac arrest before making it back to shore? What's worse, attempting to remove the tentacles from a sting will often result in the release of more venom, with the risk of death occurring in just 5 minutes' time. Box jellyfish have been responsible for at least 70 deaths since 1883. You've got your sting suit and you're ready to go, but not without fending off the saltwater crocodiles, which are also prevalent to Cape Tribulation. The locals strongly urge visitors to stay away from the mouths of the rivers, as here, one has much greater odds of coming face to face with a gaping mouth of reptilian teeth. Venomous snakes can also be found weaving through sand dunes and beach brush, but those are harmless compared to the cassowaries. That is, giant flightless birds whose dagger-sharp claws have been known to disembowel their prey. These creatures can weigh up to 160 pounds and closely resemble an emu. Having been dubbed the scariest birds in the world, cassowaries are known for their aggressive nature and a reputation for inflicting injuries upon humans. Lastly, one must avoid an unwarranted encounter with a force known as the stinging tree. The heart-shaped leaves and luscious berries can be deceiving, as the jagged edges will emit a painful sting to anyone who dares reach for one of the succulent fruits. The stinging tree will zap the skin with a painful sting that lasts several hours. Cape Tribulation wasn't named after bad luck for nothing. The name itself serves as a fair warning for travellers far and wide. That, and the jellyfish, snakes, crocodiles, man-sized fowl, and angry trees which reside there. Despite extensive research, waterspouts continue to baffle the world with their mysterious nature. While generally harmless on the water, a waterspout that makes land contact will issue an immediate tornado warning, as catastrophic events may take place. Behold, 8 things you didn't know about these miraculous forces of Mother Nature. 8. Sharknadoes can be real. Well, maybe not sharks, but other marine life. When researchers have labelled the wind velocity and force of waterspouts to be fairly mild, there are times the whirlwind occurs with such menacing force that water from the sea can be lifted all the way up into the host cloud. In these instances, all the salts, fish, and sea life will be carried up with it. The result? Large numbers of marine life rained from the sky like a mystifying shower of tiny fish, seaweed, jellyfish, and salt. While such a spectacle could easily terrify unsuspecting onlookers, the scientific cause is not so complex. Before we continue, we have a question for our viewers. Have you ever seen a waterspout in real life? If so, tell us your experience in the comment section below. And be sure to subscribe and click the bell to get notified. 7. That's not seawater inside. It can be assumed that the revolving masses of water associated with a waterspout is an accumulation of liquids from the ocean surface. However, recent studies have determined that the water inside the vortex is not seawater at all. In fact, what appears to be drifting upward are actually sprays of cloud water. As the clouds gather and condensation begins to form, the water leads to the creation of a swirling mass of cloud water droplets. 6. They have a pretty weak wind velocity. As for their size, an average waterspout is around 50 meters in diameter, with associated winds that move at a speed of 50 miles per hour. These numbers would certainly accredit their low destructive capabilities, since the wind velocity is nowhere near high enough to gather that much mass. As there is always an exception to any rule, there have been occurrences in which wind velocities have reached 150 miles per hour, with the greatest waterspouts in history reaching 100 meters in diameter. Luckily, these types of fast-moving monstrosities tend to stick to the water and are generally harmless to ships and seafarers. On rare occasions, however, they may transcend over to land. Once the transition from sea to shore is made, a waterspout holds the potential of becoming a large-scale tornado, wreaking havoc on anything in its path. 5. They have a vertical funnel. Typically found in warm tropical regions, waterspouts are unique structures that form over the sea or ocean surface. Beginning as a vertical gust of wind which changes direction as it begins to move higher, the vertical funnel begins to form. This vertical funnel, also known as a waterspout, can be compared to a narrow tornado that ranges from a few feet in width and a few feet to several hundred feet in height. While they're generally very narrow, rope-like structures, waterspouts can form to epic sizes too. Large varieties have been spotted on many different occasions, such as a recent sighting of a waterspout in the Grand Caymans. The force grew to a phenomenal size before shrinking to almost nothing, and then bulking back up again. Its random nature instilling fear in those lucky enough to witness this water miracle. The life cycle of a waterspout undergoes 5 amazing phases. First, a dark spot appears on the surface of the water. Next, a spiral-like pattern emerges from the surface and leads to the generation of a spray ring, also called a cascade, which forms around the dark spot. As the waterspout starts to mature, it then becomes visible on the water's surface. Steadily, and then with force, the spinning wind rope ascends upward toward the sky. Eventually, an inflow of warm air into the vortex begins to weaken the forces of mist and air, and thus, the last phase is complete. The aquatic anomaly loses its power. 4. They're hard to predict. Despite the fact that waterspouts are commonly found in warm and humid areas, there will never be an accurate forecast when it comes to acts of Mother Nature. Waterspouts are far too unpredictable to ever be classified as a predetermined phenomenon. There are warning signs, however, and experienced seamen can guess when something on the water doesn't feel quite right. For example, in the midst of a storm, they know to keep a careful eye out for dark spots, which is the first sign of a waterspout's life cycle. Second, fishermen and sailors alike pay careful attention to shifts in the wind that seem random or slightly aggressive. When large, cool masses of air begin to spread over waters during late summer and fall, the US National Weather Service is able to forecast the possible emergence of a waterspout. For meteorologists, they must examine the temperature of water and air, moisture, and the speed of the wind to foretell whether a waterspout will make an astounding appearance. 3. They don't always play nice. Waterspouts on the sea tend to be very harmless, yet their potential to cause immense damage and casualties should not be underestimated. Such as a tornado, the most destructive aspect of a waterspout lies in its ability to transport anything which crosses its path. Sand, small floating structures, humans, animals, and even smaller-sized boats can be carried along with a waterspout. Due to the potential danger at hand, the US National Weather Service must issue a tornado warning in the instance of a waterspout, in case it makes its way on shore. As mentioned, the vortices on the water are much less destructive than their land counterparts, but once they cross over, people must be warned. Boats, ships, and people on shore are not the only ones threatened by Mother Nature's aquatic miracle. Aircraft, such as helicopters who fly too close for comfort, can be thrown off course by the intense forces of wind. 2. They've been around forever. Waterspouts have been occurring since ancient times and have always been depicted as forces to invoke mystery and fear. The earliest record of a waterspout at sea dates back to 1456, when a ferocious whirlwind of water was spotted near Ancona, Italy. The beast was spotted far offshore before making its way from east to west. Finally, the vortex settled in the churning waters near Pisa. Purportedly, the wonder was around 2 miles wide in size. Understandable that those unfamiliar with the time to such a creation would be mystified with fear. While records of disastrous waterspouts leading to casualty are far less in number, the memory of the Malta tornado stands as one grave exception. Occurring in 1555 at the Grand Harbour of Valletta, this horror claimed the lives of 100 people. Starting off as a waterspout, the force escalated rapidly and headed toward the shoreline. The end result was the death of 600 people, including 4 large galleys, the Santa Fe, the San Michel, the San Filippo, and the San Claudio, to capsize in the face of disaster. 1. They may solve one of the Bermuda Triangle's many mysteries. Waterspouts, which are basically tornadoes of the sea, have made quite a name for themselves in the Bermuda Triangle. With more than 1,000 planes and ships having gone missing over the years, the Bermuda Triangle is a well-known force not to be reckoned with. Perhaps this marvel may serve to explain some of the mysteries surrounding the infamous triangle, as innumerous numbers of waterspouts have made a name for themselves in the region, also dubbed Hurricane Alley. In addition to ocean water being sucked hundreds of feet into the air, a portion of the Gulf Stream infiltrates the outer edge of this region as well. Permitting bad weather and tempestuous currents, the stream from the Gulf can evolve into high waves which could easily capsize boats. Since waterspouts form at random and tidal waves hit with no warning whatsoever, both can reach heights capable of knocking a low-flying plane from the sky. Unpredictable swirling vortices of air coupled with quick-forming waves are a surefire recipe for disaster at sea. This could very well explain a large number of disappearances of pilots and sailors surrounding the ill-famed Bermuda Triangle. Hurricanes have been called the most destructive natural disaster on the planet, and history books can confirm their ruthless reputation since the dawn of time. From the 18th century tropical storm which annihilated the Caribbean to the destructive blow delivered to the victims of Texas in 2017, here are 10 of the most devastating hurricanes in history. Hurricane Harvey. In August 2017, a seething tropical tempest travelled from the Gulf of Mexico with a vengeance known only to a Category 4 storm. With gales 130 miles per hour, the coastal communities of Corpus Christi and Galveston didn't stand a chance. This was the first hurricane since Wilma in 2005, in which the predecessor took the lives of 62 and caused $27.4 billion in damages. Since Texas was by no means new to the devastation of these water storms, the approach of Hurricane Harvey inflicted havoc and fear for what could only come next. The most damage endured by the Lone Star State was to Houston, the 4th largest city in the United States. In this heavily populated region, severe flooding enveloped the streets as Harvey hovered for days at a time. 127 centimeters of rain was dumped down on Houston in the span of 4 days. Roughly the same amount of water endured by the state in an entire year. Consequences comprised the entire metropolis of Beaumont to suffer without fresh water for the duration of Harvey's wrath. In addition, more than 13,000 victims required rescuing, and 30,000 were displaced by the ferocious floodwaters. While Texas was hit hard, surrounding states such as Alabama and Tennessee suffered consequences from Hurricane Harvey as well. FEMA Director Brock Long went on record to claim the disaster the worst the state's ever seen. With damages soaring at $121 billion, the tragedy soon became known as the second most expensive storm in US history, since Hurricane Katrina. 82 lives were lost due to the storm's relentless dumping of water, in which flash floods caused victims to drown in rapids swarming the city roads. During the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey, this image started to make rounds across the internet. The tweet it originated in says, "Believe it or not, this is a shark on the freeway in Houston, Texas. Hashtag Hurricane Harvey. Do you believe this image is real or a hoax? Find out at the end of this video." 9. Hurricane Sandy. In 2012, Hurricane Sandy was no sweet surprise to victims of the East Coast, as for days they anticipated the destruction that had already pummeled through Jamaica, Cuba, and Haiti. By the time Sandy struck American soil, the huge, yet slow-moving storm began weakening to a post-tropical cyclone. Though that didn't diminish the mayhem thrust upon the shores of New York City and New Jersey. The Category 3 catastrophe left Lower Manhattan submerged underwater, with residents lacking power for several days due to storm tides thrusting upon the city at more than 13 feet. Parts of Staten Island and beaches in Queens were ravaged and barely recognizable. Damages in other parts of the northeast region obliterated 650,000 homes and killed 117 people within US territory alone. In Canada and the Caribbean, 69 lives were lost as a result of Sandy's wrath. In total, the impact in damages reached $65 billion, in which $30 billion alone was extracted from one of America's most popular gaming and resort capitals, Atlantic City. The hurricane is also well known as Superstorm Sandy, since features of the squall changed from tropical to a winter storm, denoting less pressure upon hitting the coast of New York City. 8. Hurricane Camille. Despite the nice name, Camille was particularly nasty, inviting heavy flooding and winds of 200 miles per hour to the Gulf Coast, and later, Virginia. This 1969 hurricane was one of only 3 Category 5 hurricanes to strike the US continent since 1900. After forming near the Cayman Islands, she blew through Cuba as a Category 3 and soon intensified in her path of destruction towards the good-natured swamps of Mississippi. Camille reduced to a tropical storm before reaching Virginia, yet didn't hold back on unleashing 20 inches of rain upon the region, with flash floods and mudslides wiping out heavily populated areas only 120 miles from the nation's capital. The death toll hit 256 deaths, with more than $1.4 billion in damage from the catastrophic Camille. The storm played a powerful role in the country's tracking system, however, producing the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale as a result. The intent was to rank storms from categories of 1 through 5, depending on wind velocity. While Category 1s display winds racing along at 74 to 95 miles per hour, Category 5s feature speeds of more than 156 miles per hour. The scale has been a saving grace to regions prone to this type of natural disaster, providing danger zones a clear idea of what to expect in the face of a tropical fury. 7. Hurricane Gilbert. When it comes to measuring a hurricane, wind rapidity, the quantity of rainfall, lives lost, and economic damage will do the trick. That or the terrifying reality of the beast's sheer size alone. Hurricane Gilbert stood out to meteorologists due to its massive size. Spanning 500 miles in diameter, this earned the storm the brave accolade of largest hurricane ever observed in the Atlantic Basin. Beginning near the Cape Verde Islands on the west coast of Africa, Hurricane Gilbert originated in the birthplace of some of the worst hurricanes in history. This 1988 Category 5 storm covered the entire expanse of Jamaica and destroyed 80% of the island's homes. Gilbert continued to the Cayman Islands and Mexico, where it weakened in force, yet whittled a fear-stricken path zigzagging toward Texas. Here, Gilbert dispersed into a series of teeming tornadoes, wreaking havoc that resulted in 318 casualties, including 200 people in floods swarming Mexico, and 28 Cuban crewmen who were thrown from their freight ship into a shrimp boat. The damage cast by Gilbert amounted to an astounding $5.5 billion. 6. Labor Day Hurricane. In 1935, a Category 5 storm brought 200 miles per hour winds to the Florida Keys, sending a downpour of soaking rain into the region and killing approximately 400 people in its wake. The Labor Day hurricane earned the tag based on the time of year it struck, since the practice of hurricane naming wouldn't ensue for another 20 years. Said to be the strongest to hit the United States in the 20th century, more than half of its victims were World War I veterans, working together on building a highway which would stretch from Key West to Key Largo. The storm arrived at a time premature to the advances of weather tracking technology, including the crucial use of Doppler radar systems, in which meteorologists could predict where a storm would surrender. The lack of trackability left residents completely in the dark as the seething thunderstorm approached. Many victims merely prayed for mercy and awaited an evacuation train which never came, as it was wiped away from the tracks in what became a futile rescue attempt. $6 million in damage was projected from the hefty hurricane, which ravaged the Key West archipelago and crippled the Sunshine State's economy. 5. Hurricane Katrina. This one is tricky, as many insist the disaster man-made rather than natural. due to the decimation inflicted upon New Orleans and surrounding regions of the Gulf Coast. Despite faulty infrastructure or poor city management, there's no denying Hurricane Katrina, the sole culprit and instigator for so much death and destruction of one city. Affecting the coast from central Florida to eastern Texas, Katrina claimed 1,833 lives and racked up a bill of $161 billion in what is considered the costliest hurricane in America. According to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the tragedy was the single most catastrophic natural disaster in US history. On August 26, 2005, Katrina appeared to be dissolving when she took a deadly turn for the worst. Growing to a Category 5 level over the warmer waters of the Gulf, mandatory evacuation orders were bellowed across New Orleans. Residents were either stuck where they were or refused to leave, as high-rising waters began rushing around their homes and families. Despite slightly shrinking to a Category 3 once reaching the city, water toppled over its system of levees and caused them to burst. Within seconds, the streets began to flood. In due time, 80% of the metropolis, famous for Creole culture and Mardi Gras, was left underwater. The repercussions from Katrina are unfortunate for several reasons. First, 40% of the hurricane-related deaths are due to drowning. Public claims that slow federal restrictions due to the blatant disregard for a poor and black population led to the plight of those affected. Second, 400,000 victims were displaced to other areas, such as Houston and Atlanta, sadly, to never return to the festive hub that once made the Louisiana region so special. Lastly, an improved system of levees was administered in 2013, yet authorities have struggled with the massive cost of maintenance, considering a severely decreased tax base. 4. Hurricane Maria. The name Maria sounds pleasant, yet the Maria by way of Category 5 hurricane is anything but mild. What's worst is that she's the second of her category to ravish a region in 2017 alone, making her unwelcome debut only weeks after the brutal Hurricane Irma swept through the Atlantic Ocean. Maria was one of the most vicious, because her path covered much of the same territory. Hurricane Maria reached the tiny island of Dominica on September 18, 2017, before setting off in another whirlwind, denoting speeds of 175 miles per hour. She ricocheted off Guadeloupe and the US Virgin Islands before seeking to destroy the island of Puerto Rico just 2 days later. Despite having weakened to a mere Category 4, Maria remained unyielding with 155 mile-per-hour winds and 10 inches of rainfall. While the official death toll reads 146, those observant to the disaster claim the total much higher. In August of the following year, Puerto Rico authorities reviewed the death count and revised the number to an incredible 2,975. Costs in damages soared to $1.31 billion for Dominica and an astonishing $90 billion for Puerto Rico. At one point alone, 90% of the population was without electricity, as all of the utility poles were eliminated in the breadth of the storm. Sadly, the beautiful island, known for its tropical rainforests and colourful colonial buildings, still hasn't recovered from the hit, as hundreds of thousands of inhabitants have moved to the mainland since. Maria was the deadliest storm to hit Puerto Rico, and the third costliest tropical storm to affect the United States after Katrina and Harvey. 3. The Galveston Hurricane. While Katrina may have stolen the show for biggest price tag, she cannot claim the title of worst storm to ever hit the Gulf Coast. In September 1900, the Galveston hurricane scoured the coastal community of Texas and took with it an estimated 6,000 to 12,000 lives. The tropical swell didn't manifest into a full hurricane until it passed just west of the Florida Keys, and in an uncalculated left turn began a merciless march toward Galveston. Even the surrounding states of Oklahoma and Kansas suffered blows by the Category 4 gale, with more than 3,600 homes wrecked in totality, and a series of storm-proof structures demolished. The total number of damages reached an outstanding $30 million, and a hard hit to the economy. After the travesty, however, the community of Galveston vowed to ensure such damage would be avoided in future storms. A 3.5-mile seawall was constructed, and in some parts of the city, levels were raised to an impressive 16 feet. 2. Hurricane Mitch. While Hurricane Mitch did not receive as much hype in the United States as his surly sisters Sandy and Katrina, the death and destruction caused by this disaster well exceeded some of history's more familiar storms. In October of 1998, the slow-moving hurricane took its calculated time, careful to demolish the country of Honduras, one fragile piece at a time. Hurricane Mitch unleashed up to 4 inches an hour of unstoppable rain for 2 whole days, inciting erratic flooding and mudslides every step of the way. 17,325 victims lost their lives, with thousands left missing, which rendered Mitch the second deadliest storm to hit the Western Hemisphere in a span of 200 years. The tropical tempest raged over Nicaragua as well, losing 2,000 people in one devastating mudslide alone. The cost of damage hit $5 billion for the Category 5 catastrophe, as much of the country's infrastructure and crops were obliterated. 1. The Great Hurricane of 1780. The United States was barely making a name for itself when the Great Hurricane of 1780 carved its way through the Caribbean, blasting the tropical terrain to shreds and killing approximately 22,000 residents. With the ink still fresh on the Declaration of Independence and the Revolutionary War beginning to wind down, victims of the disaster included British and American soldiers commencing battle from various warships scattered amongst the region. As warfare surged, so did the tropical storm. Yet there isn't much recorded data on the hurricane's speed, nor the measure of rainfall. What researchers have uncovered, however, is that the swell ravaged numerous islands around the Caribbean, such as Barbados, Martinique, and St. Lucia over the course of 6 painstaking days. A local eyewitness renders the observation of bark stripped from trees, causing scientists to assume storm winds raged at about 200 miles per hour. The Great Hurricane of 1780 is considered the deadliest hurricane in history. And lastly, the image we showed earlier of the shark on the highway is nothing more than a hoax. While it is not unheard of for sea creatures to be washed up during drastic weather occurrences, such as tsunamis and hurricanes, the shark pictured was merely photoshopped in place from this original image. The Twitter account later followed with, "When America is this easy to troll with #fake news, we should all be worried."
It takes a brave soul to strap on a pair of flippers and leap into the watery unknown. And it takes a much braver soul to explore some of the caves that are lurking below. Cave diving is one of the most dangerous sports in the world. Here are 7 of the most dangerous underwater caves. Number 7. Devil's Cave, Florida. A submerged labyrinth 50 miles from Gainesville, Florida. Devil's Caves is an intricate system of tunnels and caverns with very pleasant sounding names such as Little Devil, Devil's Eye, and the Devil's Ear. This popular site is known for its warm waters and incredible rock formations, as well as its swirling underwater vortexes that can knock even experienced divers off their game and cause confusion and paranoia deep inside the arteries of the cave. Devil's Cave is stunning and unpredictable, a display of raw power of nature, and it has been responsible for condemning a few unlucky to their watery deaths. Number 6. Jacob's Well, Texas. Jacob's Well might look like your run-off-the-mill swimming hole, but our pick for number 6 shows that first impressions can be deceiving. Under the surface, Jacob's Well opens up to chambers upon chambers, each a little bit trickier and narrower than the last. Underwater claustrophobia aside, the tiny caves and passageways are lined with silt. When kicked up, the debris clouds the water and makes escaping difficult and sometimes even futile. Divers who find themselves trapped in the murk tend to panic, swallowing up gasps of precious air as they frantically try to flee the cave. Often, it's in vain. Jacob's Well has claimed the lives of 8 souls. Number 5. Blue Hole, Belize. Belize's Blue Hole may just be the most photogenic and gorgeous sinkhole on the planet. It punctures the Caribbean seabed in a perfectly round, 124-meter deep hole crammed with exotic marine life and coral formations, ripe for the exploring, and is a draw for divers around the world. The only problem is that this deep paradise has become a nightmare for unlucky divers who descend too quickly quickly and find themselves in the maddening grasp of nitrogen narcosis, the scourge of divers and the cause of many fatalities underwater. Since the walls of the blue hole are solid for 30 meters, novice and even experienced divers can accidentally go too far, to the point of no return. Nitrogen narcosis comes with the host of terrifying symptoms like hallucinations, anxiety, and the feeling of extreme intoxication. When you need to keep your wits about and make life or death decisions, a strong bout of nitrogen narcosis can, and does, finish off thrill seekers and divers. Number 4. Eagle's Nest Sinkhole, Florida. For our number 4 pick, we head back to the Sunshine State of Florida and check out the Eagle's Nest Sinkhole, a whopping 315-meter deep dive site where explorers can come face to face with their old nemesis, nitrogen narcosis, once again. The deeper a dive, the more likely nitrogen narcosis will set in, so some divers use a blend of different gases called trimix to offset the effects. There is no surefire way to stave off the murderous underwater sickness though, as Eagle's Nest Sinkhole proves. Even experienced divers have been sentenced to the depths here. The problem is the sheer extent of the dive. Only a slight distraction could cause a diver to easily forget to check their air consumption, and by the time they realize they're at a critical level, it's far too late. Number 3. Cenote Esqueleto, the Temple of Doom, Mexico. What's in a name? Well, when it's a snarl of sunken tunnels affectionately referred to the Temple of Doom, there's a lot. Labyrinth doesn't begin to cover it. Divers are strongly advised to keep out of the cavern's mazy and inky passageways, and to stick only to well-lit areas to avoid getting lost and perishing in the dark alone, as has been the fate of many visitors to the Temple of Doom. Divers get lost and are never seen again once forgotten in the tunnels. The sheer intricacy of the Temple of Doom system of chambers makes exploring here a hard no for novices and a strict proceed with caution for experts. If you try your hand at our number 3 pick for the most dangerous sunken caves, stick with the sunlit spots. You'll thank us. Number 2. The Shaft Sinkhole, Australia. Coming in at number 2 is arguably the most treacherous cave diving site in the world. Australia's Shaft Sinkhole has a trifecta of terrifying cave challenges wrapped up into one scary dive that many adventurers never return from. The sinkhole is deep, tempting nitrogen narcosis to grab some unlucky victims. It's also full of silt and debris, causing a murky slur to the fill of minuscule passageways and makes for poor navigation. Finally, the Shaft Sinkhole is full of undersized openings, including the famous entrance to the cave system, where divers must actually remove their equipment to squeeze in. This cave is not for the claustrophobic or faint of heart, but for those brave enough to traverse her depths. The payout is huge. The Shaft Sinkhole is full of incredible rock formations and otherworldly natural elements. Just make sure you have enough air to pinch yourself back through the tiny entrance. Getting lost or running out of air is the number 1 cause of deaths in these caverns. Number 1. Egypt's Blue Hole. What could edge out the Shaft Sinkhole for our top spot on our list? How about a place called Divers Cemetery, where 150 thrill seekers have perished? Egypt's Blue Hole is the most lethal dive site in the world. Yuri Lipsky, who met his fate at the bottom of the hole, accidentally filmed his own death. The video is difficult to watch, especially because Yuri's face is beaming at the beginning in blissful ignorance of what lies ahead, and by the end, he's deep in the clutches of nitrogen narcosis, confused and alone in the blue hole. So what makes Divers Cemetery so savage? Its dominant feature is an arch and tunnel that connects to the sea 56 meters below the surface. 56 meters deep, almost twice the recommended depth for scuba diving. diving and creates the perfect conditions for nitrogen narcosis to set in and torment the diver until they succumb to the depths. Many divers, like Yuri, miss the arch completely and get lost in narcosis-induced fever dream of anxiety and ghostly hallucinations. Missing the arch means near certain death, making Diver Cemetery the spot where you get one shot to diving glory and bragging rights, but run the risk of becoming another sad statistic. From the balmy saltwater depths of Belize's beautiful Blue Hole to Mexico's murky Temple of Doom and Florida's freshwater Eagle's Nest sinkhole, the world is full of incredible sunken caves and caverns to explore. But remember, it's a whole other world down there, and one false move will mean the difference between getting out alive and perishing below.
When the temperature rises, there's nothing like the feeling of being totally surrounded by water. But what are you willing to risk for a swim? Hi, I'm Larry, and on this episode, we explore some of the most dangerous places to swim. But first, here's a quick question. When and where was the first modern swimming competition? 1986 Olympics Athens, 1830s London, 1912 Olympics Stockholm, or 36 BC Japan? You'll find the answer at the end of this list. We start with number 17, the least dangerous place in this video, but it's not your regular beach. Surrounding Canado Beach in San Juan, Puerto Rico, is the endless azure Caribbean Sea, but the water isn't very calm. On TripAdvisor, people are saying that it is very nice, but very dangerous. And for good reason. There are big rocks on the shore, and crashing into them are big waves with strong underflows and rip currents that are enough to scare away even experienced swimmers. You're probably better off visiting the fort than going for a swim. Shired Island won the award for America's most polluted beach last year and has been on the list since forever, failing over 90% of the water tests done there. If you don't want to get respiratory infections, rashes, meningitis, pink eye, or hepatitis on your next summer vacation, don't go swimming here. We continue with the Red Triangle in California. Why is it dangerous? Because 11% of all shark attacks on humans worldwide happen within the Red Triangle, an area otherwise loved by divers and surfers. These waters house seals and sea lions and other sea animals that sharks prey upon. Opposite to popular belief, great whites don't confuse swimmers with their natural prey due to poor eyesight. Actually, it all comes down to their curious nature. They will taste test whatever object it will find in the water, including humans. In the animal world, and especially in the ocean, food is hard to come by, so I guess you end up trying everything. In Mexico, Zipolite Beach is known as the Beach of the Dead. Why? A lot of people get taken away by the waves here. Swimmers are advised rather to stay on the beach than go in the ocean, especially during the full moon when there are stronger currents, making a swim very dangerous. The water surrounding Zipolite flows in circular patterns. Swimmers are often carried away by these currents. Some circle back to the beach. Some are dragged out to sea, never to be seen again. Australia's waters are home to some of the most incredible marine life on the planet. If you're visiting and love to go for a swim, you may want to avoid the coast of Queensland. That is, if you don't want to get face-to-face with sharks, saltwater crocodiles, or the venomous blue-ringed octopus. Queensland shores are also home to one of the deadliest creatures on the planet, the box jellyfish. Their tentacles can reach up to 10 feet, and their venom causes terrible pain, posing even a higher risk to children or the elderly. In full season, the presence of box jellyfish caused the beaches to be shut for days at a time. Deep into the Lassen Volcanic National Park lies a deadly secret. Horseshoe Lake looks like the perfect nature escape. Under the snowy mountains, deep into the pine forest, as clear as a crystal lake. And, of course, acres and acres of dead trees. a series of earthquakes in 1989 and 1990 cracked the ground and opened pathways for carbon dioxide to escape the Earth's surface. Although the area is pretty safe, you can see sites and warnings everywhere saying that gas levels can fluctuate unpredictably. This has happened before in several incidents involving tourists and hikers, and fatalities have occurred as a result. Hanakipi'a Beach in Kauai, Hawaii is considered by many people one of the most dangerous beaches in the world. While the scenery may be gorgeous, under the spectacular cliffs are the waves crashing on the shore below. Massive and unpredictable waves fueled by rip currents that drag several people out to sea every year. Many people talk about their experiences and warn others to never try to swim in Hanakipi'a, but others take it as a challenge, even filming themselves doing it. We couldn't forget a half-American classic, the Niagara Falls at number 10. This turbulent yet gorgeous natural water is the home of 3 waterfalls, and although you'd be enjoying a nice float on the header pool, that's the name for the body of water just before the actual fall, your chances of survival after falling 167 feet into the rocks and streams below are extremely slim. And if the drop doesn't kill you, then the 600,000 gallons of water falling at 30 feet per second certainly will. Now, what could possibly be wrong in a city named Florida's Secret Pearl? Well, this city is also nicknamed the world's shark bite capital. Since 1882, there have been a colossal 267 non-fatal shark attacks, with surfers and swimmers tempting their fate in these infested waters. Because the waters are great for surfing, there's no stopping people from visiting the beach. So all the authorities can do is warn potential surfers with signs and warnings. There hasn't been a fatal bite here yet, but with 9.5 million tourists visiting each year, one could happen anytime soon. The steep cliffs and rocky edges of these picturesque beaches won't be the things to kill you. Instead, the dangers of the Atlantic coastline lie not only above, but also below the surface. The seas here work in 2 ways to kidnap unknowing swimmers. First, the powerful waves and quick tides pull the swimmer under the water and out to sea. Next, the undercurrents of the Atlantic Ocean pull you even further, guaranteeing you have no escape. The locals here, known as the Bayans, have a saying, "The sea ain't got no back door." The Nile River is an ancient river and was vastly important for the development of the early Egyptians since it helped make the ground fertile. This river, however, has a known crocodile hotspot. The slow, murky river helps the croc to disguise itself underwater to wait patiently for its next prey. These ancient reptiles kill over 200 humans a year and have no trouble chomping up bigger creatures such as small hippos. If the crocodiles don't get you, then I hope you're vaccinated, as the river has been known to carry parasitic flatworms that invade your body and cause what's known as a snail fever, a disease that invades your intestines and can lead to liver damage, kidney failure, and even death. Like the Nile, snail fever is also prevalent in Lake Victoria, a 209-mile-long African Great Lake which sits between 3 countries, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. However, snail fever can be treated given the right medical attention. The real danger in Lake Victoria is Mother Nature. The huge width and length of the lake, mixed with the constant humidity and low visibility, often make it very difficult to navigate the lake with an average of 5,000 deaths per year, just due to poor navigation and the weather. The weather can change along the lake in an instant, with the humidity making it very easy for thunderstorms to develop, which then often break boats apart, leaving their crew to drown in the deep water. We're getting closer to the top, The Amazon River is the longest river in the world, spanning over 4,300 miles, so there's no doubt that you'd encounter a few dangers along the way. One of the biggest dangers for unsuspecting swimmers is the vast amount of hungry wildlife, from crocodiles to piranhas, electric eels, and even the terrifyingly named vampire fish with 6-inch long fangs designed and intended to impale their prey and damage their organs. If it isn't the wildlife on the hunt for you, then you'd better have good security on your trip, as pirates have been known to attack and take over ships by night, stripping the vessel of any valuables and then leaving you stranded. Lake Karachay isn't home to any vampire fish or hungry crocodiles, with the World Watch Institute calling Lake Karachay the most polluted spot on Earth. Any life here is just not likely. This lake was used as a disposal site for Soviet nuclear waste and currently emits enough lethal radiation to kill you in just 30 minutes, emitting 600 rogatins per hour, double the lethal amount for a human. Nowadays, the Russian government have attempted to fill the lake with rocks and rubble in an attempt to block any radiation from escaping, but we'd still advise you to keep away. The Victoria Falls are the 7th natural wonder of the world and number 3 on our list, and you can see why. However, the Victoria Falls have attracted the nickname of the Devil's Pool due to the 305-foot drop from the very edge of the falls. Since it's a popular tourist destination, visitors can often be seen with tour guides at the edge too, swimming meters from the drop. The flow here is safe enough that you won't be dragged in, but the guides who know the waters will make sure you don't get too close, so don't go alone. The boiling lake is known as a flooded fumarole, which means there is an opening near a volcano near the surface of the lake which releases extremely hot gases, sulfur, and hydrogen sulfide. Perhaps this gives a hint as to why the lake is named the Boiling Lake. The boiling lake is known to fluctuate in temperature, but usually rests on about 180 to 197 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a temperature just under what you'd boil an egg in. However, researchers estimate the center of the lake to be much hotter. The depth of this huge body of water is estimated to be over 195 feet. Although West End is not the most shark-infested area in the world, the rate of death certainly is greater, and that is why it is on the #1 spot on our list. Tiger Beach in West End, Grand Bahama Island, is known to be a hotspot for tiger sharks, an aggressive shark which can grow up to 16 feet and is the second most dangerous shark in the world in relation to human attacks. However, the beaches here have also been home to hammerhead sharks, bull sharks, and black-tip sharks, which will hunt humans for food. Some experts have called to ban swimming and scuba diving in these waters after multiple deaths, including one 63-year-old Dr. John Petty from Texas, who was eaten while diving with a crew. However, money talks, and the tourism from unprotected dives is a great source of income for the islands, so it doesn't seem likely to stop anytime soon. So, when and where was the first modern swimming competition? If you guessed 1830s London, you're correct. By 1937, the National Swimming Society was holding regular swimming competitions in 6 artificial swimming pools built around London. People settle near the coastlines of the Pacific for their natural beauty and warm winter climate. However, living so close to the ocean has its risks. Hi, I am Larry, and in this episode, we look at the deadliest tsunamis ever. But first, here's a quick question. What does the word tsunami mean in Japanese? Big tide, harbor wave, underwater, or end of the world? What are tsunamis? A tsunami or tidal wave is a series of huge waves that hit the shore as a result of a big displacement of water in an ocean or lake. Unlike normal waves that are created as a result of wind or tides that are generated by the moon's pull, tidal waves are created when there's a great displacement of water, and they can be caused by a lot of things: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and even nuclear explosions or meteorites. The first on our list is the biggest tsunami ever recorded, a 1,700-foot-high mega tsunami that struck in the year 1858. The earthquake, which later led to the tsunami, was triggered by a rock slide of over 30 million cubic meters, whose impact was heard 80 kilometers away. The mega tsunami battered out trees, houses, ports, roads, but the number of casualties that happened was only 5. Why? Because mega tsunamis are not like ordinary tsunamis, which are caused by an earthquake underwater. Rather, they are caused by huge displacements of water and do not usually have a flow. In this case, the rock landslide was the cause of the mega tsunami. Did you know that in Japan, there are tsunami warning systems so advanced that they detect potential tsunami waves within minutes and can reach the population through every means, from sirens and radio to TV and SMS? In 1586, on January 18th, an earthquake of magnitude 8.2 hit the Bay of Ise in Japan, and a tsunami followed. It was the town of Nagahama that experienced the first shock of the earthquake that destroyed the town in half. The shock waves reached a nearby lake, Biwa, from where rose the tsunami that swallowed the town in whole, leaving behind nothing but a castle. There were around 8,000 casualties. We continue with an island-destroying tsunami. The wave struck on April 24, 1771, and did extensive damage to the islands of Igasaki and Miyako. Although the magnitude of the earthquake was 7.4, the tsunami waves were estimated to be around 11 to 15 meters high. They destroyed 3,000 homes and 12,000 people were lost. Guess where this tsunami struck? In Japan. But this one hit on June 16, 1896. It was also an earthquake tsunami with the earthquake's magnitude of 7.6, but this earthquake was caused by an underwater fault, which resulted in destructive displacement of water in the surrounding areas. The impact of the tsunami was felt on beaches as far as 120 miles away. If you're on a beach and you see the water retreating preceding a tsunami, you don't have much time to hide. Minutes later, a 115-foot tidal wave came crashing down on the coasts, destroying everything in its path and taking away nearly 27,000 lives. This was not technically a mega tsunami because the cause was an earthquake from an underwater fault. Out in the ocean, before reaching the shore, tsunami waves are often only 1 to 3 feet tall. Sailors may not even realize that tsunami waves are passing beneath them. As you have already seen, most tsunamis hit Japan and the neighboring areas. Number 8 on our list is yet another Japanese tsunami, which hit Japan on the 20th of September, 1498. Even though the damage was not as extensive as compared to other tsunamis on our list, the magnitude of the tsunami was 8.6, causing 31,000 casualties. The waves were as high as 56 feet, and for those of you who do not know, Nankai is a particularly known earthquake and tsunami region in Japan. Continuing the countdown, the tsunami at the south coast of central Chile had a magnitude of 9.5. The other tsunamis on our list have taken more lives and have done more damage to the economy, but this particular tsunami is recorded to be of the highest magnitude, which occurred under the South China Sea and took around 40,000 lives. The tsunami followed an earthquake which later reached Hawaii and Japan and created a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the earthquake lasted 15 minutes, it was calculated that the tsunami did more damage compared to the earthquake. A few years after the South China tsunami, another tsunami hit the coast of Peru, now Chile. There were 2 earthquakes, followed by huge waves that affected the entire Pacific Rim. The earthquakes were 51 minutes apart, and the magnitude for the tsunami was recorded to be 8.5. While this may not have been the deadliest tsunami, it is still responsible for turning many African coastline cities into rubble. There were 25,000 recorded casualties, with over $300 million in property damages. Did you know that if caught by a tsunami wave, it's better not to swim, but rather to grab a floating object and allow the current to carry you? Another one from the land of the rising sun. This one hit the coast of northeast Japan, and the country is still yet recovering from it 7 years later. The disaster struck on March 2011, and the waves were felt from Norway's fjords all the way to Antarctica's ice sheet. The magnitude was high enough to reach 9, but the death toll was fairly less as compared to other tsunamis of the century. However, Japan isn't out of the waters yet, as most of the world's tsunamis have occurred in Japan. Scientists have gone as far as to say that the country might experience more tsunamis in the near future. The number of casualties for the Tohoku tsunami was somewhere between 18,000 and 20,000. This tsunami also resulted in an energy crisis incident at Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant in Okuma, which caused a damage totaling $235 billion and still counting. Long before the 2004 tsunami, in another area of Indonesia, Krakatau's volcano exploded, which gave rise to yet another deadly tsunami. On precisely August 26th, a few harmless explosions of the Krakatau volcano were heard and disregarded. However, on August 27th, the 4th explosion was so violent and destructive that it blew away 2/3 of an island and neighboring volcanoes, which ultimately brought an underwater havoc that rose to the height of 37 meters above sea level. It is the most deadly volcanic eruption ever recorded in history. Once upon a time in the Kingdom of Portugal, on the holy day of All Saints' Day, on November 1st, 1755, a tsunami of magnitude ranging from 8.5 to 9 wiped away almost 100,000 people. Not only this, the waves were so powerful that they completely destroyed Lisbon and its surrounding areas. The world today calls this the Great Lisbon Earthquake, as it was an earthquake followed by a tsunami whose shocks came in 3 ruptures, with the second one being stronger and longer than the first and the third, with 15 feet high waves accompanying it that split Lisbon from the center. This tsunami has destroyed numerous famous art buildings and cathedrals, which the world surely would have praised if they were still standing today. Did you know that tsunamis can travel at speeds of about 500 miles or 800 kilometers an hour, almost as fast as a jet plane? Italy is the country that survived the second deadliest tsunami in the world and the most deadly in Europe. The earthquake and the subsequent tsunami struck southern Italy on December 28, 1908, at 5 a.m. in the morning, their local time. The impact was so strong that it took more than 123,000 lives, yet experts still debate about the magnitude, which was said to be somewhere between 8.5 to 9, or almost a complete century. The cause of the tsunami was believed to be an underwater earthquake. However, in the early 21st century, some scientists and experts have started claiming that the cause was in fact an underwater landslide that triggered the tsunami. The last on our list is the most deadly tsunami ever recorded. It's the Indian Ocean tsunami, which occurred on December 26, 2004 in Sumatra, Indonesia. To this date, this tsunami is the biggest and the deadliest that ever struck and was caused by the second deadliest earthquake ever. The magnitude recorded was 9.3, and the waves were as high as 80 feet. An estimated $10 billion worth of damage are attributed to the disaster, with around 230,000 in human victims. This tsunami also affected 11 countries, including Sri Lanka, Thailand, and India. Thanks for sticking to the end. To answer the question, tsunami means harbor wave in Japanese, a wave so big it can destroy an entire harbor.
In the western region of the North Atlantic Ocean, a strange triangular mass pervades the open sea, and it's a great source of myth and mystery. A span of water bearing many names, from the Devil's Triangle to Hurricane Alley, and finally, the Bermuda Triangle. As early as 1492, there have been strange encounters poking fun at fact and theory. Many have been lost, most never found, and some dismiss the whole thing as a hoax. While science seeks to explain the unexplainable, the only thing missing are the stories from the victims themselves, the lost souls of the Bermuda, whose disappearance is the only story we have left. So here are 10 crazy facts about the Bermuda Triangle. Number 10. It might not even exist. According to researchers, there is no official information on the Bermuda Triangle. This mystifying trigon of islands is known to stretch from Florida to Bermuda and Puerto Rico, then back again. The zone itself is not a registered territory and has not shown up on maps. Due to the size of the Bermuda Triangle alone, experts claim that the amount of mishaps that take place can only be normal after all. The disappearance of about 4 planes and 20 ships per year seems to make sense. Further researchers credit the immense depth in the place surrounding the Bermuda Triangle to explain the sinking of ships to unreasonable depths unto which discovery doesn't seem possible. Finally, irregularities in currents and caves present around the treacherous triangle make ships an easy victim to sinkholes and whirlpools. Said sinkholes produce methane, which bubbles at the surface and is another cause for compass confusion, a mismanaged navigation that these theories seem reasonable enough. And while we're on the subject of methane, number 9, the methane theory. This theory explains sunken ships never discovered, as well as strange navigational readings. Scientists have found giant bubbles of methane gas on the ocean's surface as a result of decomposing marine life on the seafloor below. As the gas rises to the surface, the bubbles erupt without warning, and underneath even larger holes are left behind. The giant holes, or gaps in the sand, are covered by muddy residue that creates vacuums and sinkholes. Since the water becomes much denser in the process, any mishap on the surface can easily result in a sinking ship that is sucked into one of these holes, covered by sand, and never traced again. In addition, the methane gas releases a magnetic energy that causes compass readings to go off the grid. The solidified methane gas that erupts and creates pockets are enough to drag down high-tech submarines and even heavy cargo ships. Number 8. Shakespeare's Tempest was inspired by it. In 1610, the famed William Shakespeare wrote a play about a shipwreck and the crew of men stranded on an island after a grave and dangerous storm, the eponymous Tempest. In 1609, the famed sea venture crashed into String Islands of Bermuda, named by a previous sailor Isles of Devils. The ship, along with a small fleet, endured a terrible storm that left one vessel crushed to pieces on a deadly reef surrounding Bermuda, and 2 others lost in a fatal hurricane. All ships were sailing from England to Jamestown Colony of Virginia, bringing supplies, and then the newly appointed Governor of Virginia, Sir Thomas Gates. After several months and the crewmen rescued, one man headed to Virginia, where he shared his tale with a few names, including Sir Francis Drake, writer Ben Jonson, Sir Philip Sidney, Sir Francis Bacon, and the Earl Southampton. The latter was a close friend and confidant of William Shakespeare. Number 7. Natural disasters of the sea. Rogue tidal waves and cyclones add to the mystery and hype surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Hurricane season hits this plot of ocean harder than any other region in the entire world, and thus gives us the zone one of its other nicknames, Hurricane Alley. These cyclones form on the water seemingly out of nowhere and tear through the triangle, only to gain momentum and speed before causing great destruction on land. Rogue waves or massive tidal waves also appear suddenly, as surface waves are well known for their unpredictable nature. Tsunamis and water vortexes are currently cause for shipwreck, but how they form at random with frequency is still unknown. Researchers blame the Gulf Stream, a massive warm-running river that spans 50 miles wide and runs straight through the Atlantic Ocean. Others claim microburst intense downdrafts produced from thunderstorms are the culprits for plane disappearance, the flipping of ships, and the aforementioned uproar of waves. Number 6. Navigational chaos. When flying an aircraft or guiding a ship at sea, one thing is essential: accurate navigation. Especially in a region known for its finicky weather patterns, abrupt wind, and wave behavior. It just so has to be that the Bermuda Triangle is one of the only two places on the globe where a compass points to true north rather than magnetic north. When this occurs, ships and planes suddenly find themselves lost and far off course. Once entered, the mysterious zone plays havoc with all instruments. And yet there are a few assumptions. Magnetic vortexes, hot and cold currents such as with the Gulf mixing with the Atlantic may result in electromagnetic inconsistencies that mess with all navigational tools and vehicles. Number 5. The mere size of it all. At the mention of the Bermuda Triangle, speculators might think of a strange little trigon in the remote part of the sea, a tiny zone denoting mystery spot tendencies. Rather, this geographical mass of mayhem spans between 440,000 to 1.5 million square miles of the Atlantic Ocean. Due to the mere size alone, researchers accept the fact that the number of mishaps can occur here, making it all the more likely that debris and wreckage become lost and never recovered. This makes it difficult to track steady evidence of a crash in 500,000 miles of tremulous waters. The underwater topography alone may be the cause of a long list of disappearances. The seafloor shifts from sloping continental shelf to an immense depth drop-off. As some of the world's deepest trenches are found in the Bermuda Triangle, debris that sinks into these underground channels would never be found. There are no geometrical borders that can be firmly attributed to the triangle, namely, it consistently moves around. Due to the strange weather patterns, magnetic interferences, and other unexplained phenomena, strange encounters occur in and also around the limitations of the markers set by scientists. So based on weather or season, the Bermuda Triangle may extend beyond its initial boundaries. While the perimeters of Florida, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda are fixed locations on a map, the triangle has never been stable. To understand this better, one may associate a triangle shape that hovers over 3 points, shifting with the rough sea winds or alternative times of year. Number 4. The Lost City of Atlantis. While there's not much proof to this story, some claim there is a small formation of rock within the triangle that are remnants to the lost city of Atlantis. Located off the Bahamas, there lies a small string of landmass known as the Bimini Islands. Here, a jagged line of rock sits barely below the water surface. The markings on these stone fronts resemble human handiwork and the use of handcrafted tools. Many believe that these pieces to be fragments of an ancient road or wall. As speculation has it, the ancient city relied on special energy crystals whose power was so magnetic that even today, buried deep down below the ocean floor, the energies alone are enough to disrupt travel and confuse navigation. These rocks and markings were discovered in 1968, which was the same year psychic Edgar Cayce predicted the evidence of Atlantis would be found. Number 3. Then there's the fog. Speculators claim that fog may warp time, and the young pilot Bruce Gernon was the one to fuel this theory. In 1971, Gernon was flying over the Bimini Islands when suddenly a grave storm swept the area known as the Bermuda Triangle. Desperate for a way out, the pilot found a peculiar cone-shaped tunnel that had formed out of the fog in front of him. As soon as Gernon entered the tunnel, unexplained things began to happen. Suddenly, lines on the walls appeared and began to spin counterclockwise. As his compass began to convulse out of control, Gernon contacted Air Patrol, until which they reported that the small plane was nowhere to be seen on the radar. The pilot claims to have felt a light floating sensation as if gravity did not exist. After exiting the tunnel, the plane reappeared to the authorities, yet Gernon reports having lost 28 minutes on his watch. The journey through the tunnel and over the coast of Florida lasted only what was to Gernon claims a time warp which propelled him 30 minutes forward in time, and 100 miles forward to him, what felt like a matter of seconds. Number 2. Perhaps the aliens are to blame. Theorists insist that the area consuming the Bermuda Triangle is home to one of the highest occurrences of abduction and UFO sightings in the world. Some say it's a portal to other planets, with more than 1,000 ships and planes having vanished in the Bermuda. Only few have been recovered. The few that have bear little to no traces of the life that had began their journey, due to the crewmen and pilots who seemingly vanish into thin air. Researchers turned to paranormal activity to explain some of these mysteries, but this theory became so popular with alien enthusiasts, even the famed Steven Spielberg used the Bermuda Triangle as inspiration for his hit film, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Number 1. The biggest phenomena are in its disappearances. Since the 1600s, numerous crafts and vehicles have either vanished or met with fatal accidents in the Bermuda Triangle. Even after painstaking search operations were performed, not an inch of debris could be found in most cases. These incidents continue into present time, and while there are tentative explanations and theories to support these disappearances, most to all remain unexplained. In 1812, Theodosia Burr Alston, daughter of former United States Vice President Aaron Burr, was a passenger on board the Patriot, heading from Charleston, South Carolina to New York City. On December 30th, 1812, she was never seen or heard from again, and her disappearance has been cited more than once in relation to the Triangle. In 1814, the USS Epervier and crewmen disappeared while carrying the peace treaty to end the war between America and the North African Barbary states. They were never found. In 1855, a schooner by the name of James B. Chester was discovered floating in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, with no crew and no sign of struggle, but all the life gear safely intact. 1881 featured the famous Ellen Austin, who along its voyage came across another ship sailing without a single soul on board. The Ellen Austin then moved some of its own crew onto the other ship, attempting to guide the lost ship with it to New York. On the way, the other ship disappeared and later reappeared, yet this time without a single passenger on board. Soon after, it vanished altogether without a trace. 1918 saw the single loss of life in the history of the U.S. Navy. The USS Cyclops had a crew of 309 men who went missing sometime after March 4, 1918, after departing the island of Barbados. In 1945, there was a handful of training aircrafts for TBM Avenger bombers of the U.S. Navy that went missing while flying over the Atlantic Ocean. The team set out on a mission to train but never came back. 2 rescue Martin Mariner aircrafts with a crew of 13 were sent to search for the lost team. Only one of the Martin Mariners returned, and the other was never traced again. In 2003, a newlywed couple by the name of Frank and Romina Leone took their 16-foot boat out for a fishing trip. They left from Boynton Beach, Florida on June 18, 2003, and were never heard from again. In 2015, a cargo ship by the name SS El Faro became the worst victim of the Bermuda Triangle in over 30 years. The 790-foot container ship had 33 crewmen on board, as well as a large number of containers, trailers, and other vehicles. A tropical storm turned deadly hurricane consumed the ships as all forms of communication fell silent. After creating great havoc, the hurricane retreated in the same direction from when it came. After weeks of searching, the SS El Faro was found sitting perfectly upright in one piece at a depth of 15,000 feet on the Atlantic Ocean floor, to which there was zero trace of any crew members. In 2017, on a clear day with no weather warnings, a small private aircraft carrying 4 passengers flew from Puerto Rico to the southern tip of Florida. Air traffic control lost contact with the plane at about 2:10 p.m., and the craft simply vanished. The plane, nor the passengers, were ever recovered. These are only a few of the many accounts regarding pilots, sailors, crewmen, authorities, and lovers lost at sea.
Even the strongest, most skilled swimmer would have to put up a nasty fight against a rip current, as these not-so-tranquil terrors can pull objects out hundreds of yards in less than a minute. That's the same pace as a world record Olympic freestyler. Don't say you haven't been warned. Here are 8 ways to dodge death by a rip current, and the best beaches to avoid. 8. What not to do. One of the ocean's most deadly threats, rip currents are more dangerous than lightning, hurricanes, and tornadoes in an average year. In fact, half of all lifeguard-related rescues are due to these bone-chilling channels which sweep its victims far out to sea. First, pressure forms as water piles up close to the shore. Then, there's a break in the sandbar or bottom, and the result is a fast-moving river that rushes back out to sea. A rip couldn't happen without waves, so remember, no breaking waves equals no rip current. Within a matter of seconds, swimmers are swept so far out to sea, the shore is now only a distant speck, and a small shimmer of hope that stands no chance against the powers of the sea. Gulping for air and panic-stricken, the obvious choice is to swim back in the direction you came. Right? Wrong. Swimming against the current is the worst mistake a swimmer can make, as they'll use up all of their strength, making zero progress. Here, defeat sets in, and the waves have won. Next, deadly beaches to stay away from if you want to avoid the wrath of the waves. 7. Hanakapi Beach. When even professional surfers know better than to hang 10 with the big ones, you know a beach is high risk. Too bad, since here, this stretch of coconut-clad sand is so beautiful, it belongs on the glossy cover of a travel brochure. A spectacular 2-mile hike up the wind-swept hills to Hanakapi Beach, island of Kauai, lends a lookout reminiscent of paradise. Don't let looks deceive you though, as here, the incandescent waters are as deadly as they come. Due to the beach's high risk factor, park officials have omitted a trail, which means the surrounding brush remains unexplored. Save for one wooden post, forewarning a high death toll. And what's more, the sign leaves room for error, as there's enough space to add to the tally, case by case. The sign's plea for the brave to refrain has fallen on deaf ears, as clearly carved in the wood is the number of fatalities which continue to climb. Hanakapi Beach offers incredibly strong rip currents, which are famous for their ability to pull swimmers out to sea and drowning them in seconds. To make matters worse, the lack of a coral reef contributes to the power of the rip currents, as there is no barrier with which to keep the swimmers safe from harsh waves. Too many daring divers have been swept out to sea with the tide, as this Hawaiian haven is responsible for 83 deaths among its merciless waves. 6. Playa de los Muertos, the beach of the dead. It's gorgeous, it offers sweeping aquamarine views of the nautical North Pacific. It's nicknamed the Beach of Death, while Playa Zipolite, Mexico, looks like a striking oasis. The waters promise strong and fatal undercurrents. The increased popularity of this sandy retreat has implemented a special team of lifeguards to tend to those in danger. Yet this sunny hotspot on the southern coast of the Oaxaca state doesn't guarantee you'll leave the water alive. Even with the rescue team hard at work, there is still an alarmingly frequent number of deaths. Despite the toll being cut in half since the team of lifeguards have entered the scene, on a quiet day, among warning signs spewing Spanish, tourists who mindlessly wade into the majestic waters tend to be oblivious to the beach's history and its prevailing riptides. The currents here travel in a circular pattern, with adjacent flows that move in opposite directions of one another, making it easy for swimmers to either get pulled outward or pulled forward to shore with the rushing waters. This ebb and flow are one best to be avoided, and beachgoers are better off staying on land. Sip an ice-cold Corona and avoid the brisk waters of this deadly refuge. Before we continue, please take a moment to subscribe to what lurks below and hit the bell to get notified of future releases, such as this one. 5. Tamarama Beach. This next one is reportedly one of the most dangerous patrolled beaches in the Australian state of New South Wales. Tamarama Beach is heavily populated by Sydneysiders, a name they call those native to the Sydney area, as well as tourists who flock from all over to bask in the sweeping seascape here. Deep waters and a narrow strip of beach work together to generate waves that challenge even the most experienced of swimmers. More rescues per 1,000 bathers have occurred here over any other beach in Australia. And with swells over 6 feet high, it's safe to say that observing the beauty of the beach from the safety of one's towel is highly recommended. 4. Bondi Beach. According to history, Bondi Beach stands as one of the most rip-prone beaches in all of Australia. In fact, a day that later came to be known as Black Sunday, in February of 1938, saw 250 people in a state of trauma before being rescued when wave after wave created a horrific rip current that drowned 5 people. This location is also known to host a semi-permanent rip to the south of the beach, known as the Backpackers Express, where here, tourists are routinely faced with life-threatening situations. Despite a large number of lifeguards on duty, Bondi Beach suffers from a horrific reputation of drowning fatalities. 3. Costa del Sol. Costa del Sol, famous for its world-renowned discotheques and umbrella-clad beaches, this gorgeous coastal abode is a highly sought-after vacation hotspot. Long, sandy beaches and a sunny climate offer the ideal holiday package. Yet, high winds, coupled with fierce rip currents, have caused several drowning deaths, especially as many of the beaches are without lifeguards. With 2 recent deaths in the past 2 weeks, heavy alcohol consumption for vacationers, and the ocean's deadly rip currents make this speck of the Mediterranean a mecca for disaster. 2. Morecambe Bay. The Guardian depicts this next beach as a treacherous place, as Morecambe Bay in Lancashire, UK, is like an obstacle course of doom in which the twists and turns can hardly be trusted. The largest expanse of mudflats and sand in the whole of England, this estuary implores the faint of heart to stay away. The proof is in the type of equipment yielded for fishing endeavours alone. For example, a horse and cart or a tractor and trailer may seem like an odd choice to use for a simple day of catching fish. Yet, there's no better way. Fishermen have had no choice but to take heavy machinery or horse-driven contraptions to venture onto the hazardous sand flats and reach shellfish grounds and shrimping channels before the tide rushes in. Recently, a group of 19 Chinese cockle pickers were not so lucky. Having found themselves unable to read the warning post in English, the team ventured down near the shore, where they were swiftly caught by the tide and drowned. Morecambe Bay is beautiful, yet deadly, with its combination of fast tides, quick-sinking sand, draining rivers, shifting channels, and utter unpredictability that has rattled the foolish for centuries. Oftentimes, the machinery itself becomes victims of the bay, as sinking pits swallow them whole, never to be seen again. Now we've seen how to avoid these deadly currents, but sometimes disaster is unavoidable. What's important is knowing how to survive. 1. Break the grip of the rip. The best way to dodge death by a rip current is to stay home. Otherwise, factors such as weather, tides, and the shape of the shore determine where and when these deadly undertows will strike. Rip currents always form near structures such as jetties, piers, or long rock formations lining out to sea. So 2 factors to look out for to avoid a rip are breaking waves and jutting objects. If you're one of those crazy thrillists who likes to push it to the limit, and absolutely must swim in waters prone to powerful forces of nature, here's how to survive. Stay relaxed so as not to run out of steam quickly. Know that rip currents are not wide, so swimming parallel to the shore or to one side only can break one free from the undertow. Finally, swim diagonally back to shore. There are ways to escape the powers of a rip current. All one must do is stay calm and never fight against it.
Number 10. Baltic Sea Anomaly. What looks just like the Millennium Falcon and rests 300 feet below the waves off the coast of Sweden? A 140,000-year-old mystery that might just be the calling card of ancient aliens, the remnant of a glacier, or something else that we can't possibly identify. Yet, the Baltic Sea Anomaly has been puzzling scientists since it was first discovered in 2011. This odd artifact has another bizarre superpower. Whenever divers or exploratory machinery gets close to it, their electrical equipment goes completely haywire, leading some to speculate that it just might be the sunken husk of a UFO. Whatever it is, this underwater feature is enormous, spanning 180 feet and scarring up the ocean floor, almost as if it had an ill-fated crash landing before the dawn of humanity. Number 9. Eerie sounds. We tend to think of the sea as serene, peaceful even, filled only with the sounds of crashing waves and offshore calls of gulls. But there are other noises that come from the depths that would keep you up at night. The ocean is full of eerie sounds, and the craziest thing is, nobody can even come close to explaining them. Two of the most famous are the bloop and Julia, haunting noises that radiate up to us from the deepest, darkest regions of the ocean. Are they the calls of sea monsters? Siren songs lurking sailors down to their doom? Scientists have a less fantastic take. They think that the bloop, Julia, and other marine moans are actually the calling cards of icebergs scraping against the ocean floor. For this theory to be true, the sounds would need to ricochet throughout the ocean from the polar regions, getting more and more distorted as they go along. Interesting theory, but does it hold water? Julia was captured in equatorial waters far from the icy poles, making these sounds the height of mystery. Number 8. Milky Sea. The Milky Sea phenomenon is one of the strangest deep-sea discoveries of all time, even though it is predominantly viewed from the surface. Most experts believe that this ghostly glaze is simply reflected bioluminescence from bacteria near the surface. But the truth could also go much deeper than that. Literally. Although traditional bioluminescence is mostly spotted from the shore in small patches, the Milky Sea stretches across vast patches of ocean, far from the beaches and land, and spans the depths in ways that normal bioluminescent phenomena are not capable of doing. Also, Milky Seas can be spotted from the chilly realm of outer space, which makes scientists speculate that there might be larger or deeper dwelling organisms at play, ones that are able to generate a substantial amount of light. We know that creatures like these live mostly in the far reaches of our undersea trenches. But is it possible that other bottom-dwelling animals are lighting up the Milky Sea? For a long time, the Milky Sea was considered to be a myth, a maritime hallucination brought on by too many days out on the open ocean. But now we know that it's a real but unexplained bit of deep-sea phenomena. What sort of animals could possibly cause this otherworldly glow? How far beneath the waves must we go to find out? Number 7. Ramessetu. This submerged bridge goes by a number of different names, including Rama's Bridge, Adam's Bridge, and Ramessetu. It spans a whopping 30 miles of ocean floor, linking up Sri Lanka and Pamban Island. Most experts conclude that it is too precise and deliberate to be naturally formed. But how or why it was built remains a massive mystery. Is it the remnant of an ancient civilization that was swept beneath the waves and forgotten long ago? Or a long-forgotten trade route that connects continents before recorded history? The answer might lie in the Ramayana religious text. According to Hindu mythology, the bridge was created by monkey warriors working for King Rama and tasked with helping him save his wife from Ravana, the demon king of Lanka. Whoever built it, loyal monkeys or ancient humans, It was likely above the water during the Middle Ages, meaning that it was almost certainly used as an oceanic highway for people of yore. Number 6. Jacuzzi of Despair. This Jacuzzi of Despair also goes by another name, the Jacuzzi of Death, and it fully lives up to both of its somber monikers. The ocean is full of weird little pockets of phenomena, and contrary to popular belief, all water in the seven seas doesn't have the same consistency. Enter the Jacuzzi of Despair, a briny slurry that traps and kills all manner of creatures, slowly and painfully. This devilish patch of the sea is located right off the Gulf of Mexico, where the levels of hydrogen sulfide and methane are sky high and concentrated into one dense little lake that lures sea creatures in with its balmy temperatures. How do these unfortunates perish? Basically, the salt-choked water pickles them slowly, while suffocating them in an inescapable chokehold of underwater methane. Fun. Number 5. Yonaguni Monument. Sometimes called Japan's Atlantis, the Yonaguni Monument was discovered in 1985 and has been puzzling scientists and researchers for decades. Is the Yonaguni Monument a remnant of an old sunken civilization, or is it an astounding natural formation? Either way, it's hard not to gape at the majesty that is this underwater work of art. The Yonaguni Monument is comprised of massive pieces and is 165 long and 65 wide, and is adorned with scratchings and carvings that some say could be part of a forgotten language, like Lemurian. Some people think that it's an old sunken pyramid, similar to those found in other parts of the world. If that's the case, we haven't even scratched the surface of what mysteries the Yonaguni Monument might hold. Number 4. Purple Orb. The purple orb might just be one of a kind, a strange and wondrous animal that lives out its lonely existence in the Channel Islands, a few miles away from California's coast. Marine scientists remain flabbergasted by this colorful, spherical animal, which remains unnamed, unclassified, and a complete mystery to even the most seasoned experts. A deep-sea dweller with a magnificent dark lavender hue, the purple orb could be some kind of radiant sea slug or bioluminescent spherical fish, or maybe even a visitor from another planet. Who knows? All we can say for certain is that the tiny 2-inch long purple orb rests at an excess of 5,000 feet under the surface of the waves, proving that there are still many maritime mysteries that we have yet to solve. Number 3. Deep-sea crop circles. You've heard of those nutty extraterrestrials who descend from the sky to terrorize cows and leave crop circles in fields, right? Let's take the crazy up a notch by sinking them well below the waves. Deep-sea crop circles might not be as large as their land counterparts, but they are every bit as mysterious. Ranging from about 4 to 6 feet in diameter, deep-sea crop circles are perfectly round and located exclusively near Japan's Anami Oshima Island. They were first discovered in 1995 and have been attributed to everything from aliens to pufferfish. Although pufferfish are notorious diggers, using their fins to cut into the silty bottom of the seafloor, we can't say definitively that the fish are the culprits. Deep-sea crop circles remain a mystery and one we are unlikely ever to solve. Number 2. Bermuda Triangle. The mystery of the Bermuda Triangle has puzzled mariners since it first started swallowing up ships and airplanes. It goes by many names, including the Devil's Triangle, and is the bane of both mariners and pilots alike. Stretching right off the coast of Florida to Bermuda and the Bahamas, this deadly stretch of ocean is one of the most ghastly discoveries ever reported on or in the high seas. Some think that it's the perfect hunting ground for extraterrestrials looking for humans to abduct and experiment on. Others suspect that this ominous bit of ocean is jammed full of rogue waves or other harrowing phenomenon that could disorient sailors. Still, others wonder about strange eruptions from below the waves, massive methane belches that could capsize ships, or bands of fog that could obscure the view from boat decks. Whatever mysteries the Bermuda Triangle holds, she's not giving them up anytime soon. Number 1. sea monsters. During prehistoric times, the oceans were crawling with horrific monsters like the school bus-sized megalodon and the deadly Leopleurodon, a creature composed of pure nightmare fuel and nasty gnashing teeth. If you think these animals are simply creatures of lore or yore, think again. There are plenty of things that we don't know about the oceans and the creatures that lurk in their depths. And some people have discovered sea monsters below the waves. There are plenty of eyewitness accounts that support the notion that sea monsters might be more than big fish stories. Portland, Maine's Casco Bay is home to a famed creature affectionately named Cassie. Don't let the cutesy name fool you. Cassie is anything but benevolent, responsible for some spine-tingling encounters with surface dwellers that have left more than a few people afraid of going into the water. Pensacola, Florida is home to a harrowing sea monster encounter. In 1965, 5 boys went skin diving off the Sunshine State's coast, only to encounter a ghastly leviathan that consumed 4 of them and left 1 traumatized for life. Although the official account writes the sea monster out of the story, speculating that the boys drowned, there is still that eyewitness account that there's something terrible out there, lurking just out of sight. Thanks again for watching. Number 15, Lake Natron. Nicknamed Satanic Lake, Lake Natron lives up to its reputation and then some, trapping and suffocating animals and birds within its inhospitable waves. The horrible truth lies within the lake's composition itself, natron. The sodium compound is a cruel mixture of chloride, sulfates bicarbonate, and sodium carbonate, making the water's alkaline levels off the charts. Lake Natron is an efficient killer, drowning the creatures and calcifying their remains so no hide nor hair remains. Savage. Number 14, Lake Hiller. Australia's Lake Hiller stretches over 3 football fields long, but that's the least intriguing thing about this body of water. The most interesting, by far, is its bright salmon-colored hue. Lake Hiller is perennially millennial pink, and the water retains its vibrancy whether it's in the lake itself or taken away from it. Lake Hiller gets its special pizzazz from Dunaliella Sulina, and this saline-rich inland lake is an Insta-worthy must-see if you ever make it to the land down under. Number 13, Taal Lake. This Filipino lake is shrouded in mystery and a full-fledged cautionary tale of what happens when you give in to your greed. According to legend, Tagaytay townsfolk disobeyed their wise leader and ventured to a mountain outside their village, where they plundered it for the good stuff, rubies, diamonds, and pearls. For their disloyalty and greed, the townsfolk were slaughtered in a spectacular rain of fire and water, resulting in Taal Lake. Was this lake really the site of a righteous massacre? Or is it merely one of the coolest looking lakes in the world? It's anyone's guess. Number 12, Blue Lake. It's one of the deepest lakes in the world, and scientists speculate that it hides an intricate system of underwater caves beneath its surface. How deep is this lake? It's hella deep, a full 846 feet deep and growing thanks to the erosion at its silty bottom. For context, that's deep enough to fully submerge the iconic St. Louis Arch or Seattle's Space Needle with plenty of space to spare. It's totally unlikely that we will ever fully uncover all of the Blue Lake secrets, which is what makes it one of the most mysterious lakes on the planet. Number 11, Lake Nyos. What happens when a lake snaps? We all got the answer in 1986 when pleasant, unassuming Lake Nyos erupted into a poisonous gush of gas that quickly suffocated anyone and anything unlucky enough to live near her noxious shores. A whopping 1,746 people perished, along with scores of animal and marine life. What caused the calamity? Apparently, this Cameroonian lake had a nasty little secret, a volcanic crater that was quietly belching up carbon dioxide, filling Lake Nyos to the bursting point and eventually erupting in a deadly blanket of poison air. Perhaps even more chilling is the fact that scientists fully expect Lake Nyos to go for round 2, spewing poison gas into the atmosphere sometime in the future. The only real question is when. Number 10. Plitvice Lakes. This magical interlocking maze of 16 lakes and 90 waterfalls will make you feel like you just stepped through the looking glass. With crystal clear blue waters and some of the craziest land features on the planet, Plitvice Lakes is an otherworldly Croatian treasure that will blow your mind. To add a touch of mystery to the mysticism, according to legend, this lake system was conjured up by an ancient queen who used it to fertilize the landscape. While we can't verify this particular fact, it was almost certainly home to plenty of Pleistocene-era cave bears. Number 9. Spotted Lake. Spotted Lake is British Columbia's most bizarro water feature ever, and if you ever visit the Okanagan Valley, you can check it out for yourself. Summertime is when this lake really lets its funky side show, with bright yellow, green, and blue polka dots cropping up all over the surface of the lake. Although it looks like it's been ripped out of the pages of a Dr. Seuss book, this lake gets its weird appearance from a very common cause: excess mineral deposits in the water. Still, its otherworldly surface makes it a hotspot for local legends, and the Okanagan Nation believes that the colorful spots have healing powers. Number 8. Rupkund Lake. Sky-high Rupkund Lake in India is a sunken graveyard, and although it remains frozen for the majority of the year, when it thaws, it reveals a horrific secret: the skeletal remains of hundreds of people. The skeletons drift to the top of the lake every year and then sink back into their frigid resting place when the lake freezes once more. The creepiest thing about it is that nobody knows why or how these skeletons are there. The bones date back to 850 CE, and all of the lake's unfortunate souls were slaughtered in the same way, with a grisly blow to the head. Is Rupkund Lake the site of an ancient human sacrifice? Are the preserved skeletons remnants of a token offering to the mountain goddess? We may never know. Number 7. Lago Morto. You know a lake means business when it's literally named Lake of Death. Lago Morto is Italy's 24/7 one-stop shop for body disposal, and it definitely gets used on the regular. Lago Morto contains a massive dose of sulfuric acid, so nothing swims in its toxic waters. Instead, the Italian mafia supposedly uses Lago Morto as a dumping ground for snitches, letting them swim with the non-existent fishes in the noxious lake. The sulfuric acid eats away at the bodies, leaving not a single trace. Number 6. The Katwe Craters. These volcanic craters pack a powerful punch and makes Uganda's Queen Elizabeth National Park look like it's from another solar system. The Katwe Craters, also known as the Katwe Kikorongo Explosion Craters, covers 81 square miles of the park, a sprawling distance almost as large as Vatican City. Although not all of them are filled with water, a good portion are unique saltwater lakes. The Katwe craters themselves are massive, with the larger ones spanning nearly 2 miles and 330 feet deep. To give you an idea of just how far these craters pierce the ground, 330 feet is deep enough to cover Big Ben and still have 20 feet to spare. The craters were created by volcanic explosions that shot gas and steam high into the atmosphere, carving out the craters. Number 5. Lake Karachay. If you fancy a little radiation poisoning with your afternoon swim, you need to haul ass to Lake Karachay, the most polluted lake in the world, and one that is absolutely guaranteed to kill you. This Russian lake has been used as a nuclear dumping ground for ages, and as a result, it's hot. Even the shores of Lake Karachay are deadly, with most estimates suggesting that simply spending a few hours on the shore is enough to zap your body with enough radiation waves to do permanent damage. Anyone who's seen Chernobyl knows that radiation poisoning is a slow and excruciating death, so you're better off staying far away from this toxic dump. Number 4. Jellyfish Lake. Perilous Jellyfish Lake is exactly as advertised. A marine lake full of gracefully gliding golden jellyfish that couldn't hurt a fly. These beautiful jellies don't have stingers, so you can dive in and snorkel with them to your heart's content. Jellyfish Lake is a huge tourist destination on Malk Island, an insta-aspirational site, and perhaps the only place in the world where you can chill out with tons of jellyfish and swim away unharmed. Number 3. Loch Ness. This Scottish loch or lake isn't notable for its features, but for what supposedly lurks in its deep waters. Nessie, the serpentine monster of the lake, is a legend and modern-day tourist attraction. People flock to the shores of Loch Ness to try to catch a glimpse of the elusive Nessie. And there are even some grainy photos taken of her. Whatever Nessie is, and wherever she came from, she's been in the lake for a long time. Ancient people started recording Nessie sightings as far back as 565 CE. Eerily, all of the sightings are the same. A huge leviathan monster cutting through the mist-wreathed surface of the lake. Creepy. Number 2. Groom Lake. Nevada's Groom Lake is as mysterious as they come for one key reason. It sits squarely in the middle of Area 51. If you love aliens or even have a passing interest in extraterrestrial beings, you know that Area 51 is ground zero for all of our speculative contact with green men from Mars. Groom Lake is actually a salt flat that's part of the Nellis Bombing Range Test Site Airport. It's highly hush-hush and totally off-limits, which just makes us want to check it out more. The truth is out there. Number 1. Boiling Lake. Dominica's Boiling Lake is a perpetually bubbling hotspot in Mont Tropiton National Park. Don't get it twisted though, this lake is no leisurely hot spring. The water in Boiling Lake is a fiery 197 degrees Fahrenheit. Hot enough to shred off your skin if you have the bad sense to hop in. Swimming is strictly off limits, and if you do throw caution to the wind and belly flop into this toasty cauldron of hot water, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Number 10. MU-2B aircraft. The disappearance of an MU-2B aircraft in 2017 is the most recent Bermuda Triangle disappearance that caught media attention. The plane, piloted by Nathan Ulrich, was scheduled to fly from Borinquen, Puerto Rico to Titusville, Florida, on May the 16th, when suddenly, 3 hours after takeoff, the plane disappeared off the radar and all communication was lost. The passengers on board were Ulrich's 40-year-old girlfriend, Jennifer Blumen, as well as her 3- and 4-year-old sons, Phineas and Theodore. According to the Coast Guard, there was no indication of significantly adverse weather at the time. A large-scale rescue effort was booted up shortly after the plane's mysterious disappearance. The Coast Guard quickly discovered a debris field smack in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, 15 miles east of the Bahamas, littered with components that matched those of an MU-2B aircraft. Despite extensive rescue and recovery missions in the area, the plane's pilot and passengers were never recovered, nor was the plane itself ever located. In today's day and age, when a plane goes down over a body of water, locating debris when it hasn't had a chance to drift away yet is usually the hard part. Unfortunately, in the case of the Bermuda Triangle, standard rules and science do not apply, and it remains a mystery to this day what caused the plane to disappear. Number 9. Flight 19. The tragic disappearance of Flight 19 is one of the Bermuda Triangle's strangest mysteries, where an entire 5-plane bomber squadron completely vanished while flying over those peculiar waters. In December 1945, Flight 19, a 14-person squadron, embarked on a routine training mission that turned out to be anything but routine. They left from Fort Lauderdale Air Base and simply never made it back. Shockingly, a 13-person rescue mission was sent to look for them, and those men never escaped the clutches of the Bermuda Triangle either. So just what happened to Flight 19 and the rescue mission? Although the weather was sunny when the flight departed, things soon took a turn for the worse as a storm system swept into the region. It's possible that the storm could have felled the planes or that the head pilot got spectacularly lost. veering deeper and deeper into the uncharted air above the Atlantic Ocean. Even if this happened, it doesn't explain the disappearance of the rescue mission. It also doesn't account for the lack of wreckage anywhere on the ocean. It seems as if the Bermuda Triangle simply gobbled the poor men up whole. Number 8. SS Marine Sulphur Queen. There are two schools of thought on the SS Marine Sulphur Queen. Some think that this tanker is just another casualty of the deadly Bermuda Triangle, while others believe that her demise was caused by crew negligence. Whether you default to human error or supernatural mischief, the reality remains that the SS Marine Sulphur Queen is one hell of a huge mystery. The ship vanished on February 4th, 1963, after sending a radio report from 230 miles southeast of New Orleans. It never sent an SOS or any additional communication. It was just gone. The only traces of the 523-foot tanker that were ever recovered were pieces of a raft, life preserver, and a single shattered oar. The Coast Guard determined that the SS Marine Sulphur Queen floundered due to unsafe conditions. Apparently, there were plenty of fires below deck that should have prevented the ship from sailing at all. Still, its proximity to the dangerous and mysterious waters of the Bermuda Triangle put this maritime catastrophe straight into Bermuda Triangle lore. Number 7. Great Isaac K. Lighthouse. Although the Great Isaac K. Lighthouse mystery only claimed 2 lives, it earns a place on our list because it's one of the only instances of the Bermuda Triangle claiming victims on land. The lighthouse was built in 1859 on the small Bahamian island and is 152 feet tall. From the beginning, this lonely lighthouse was home to some fantastic ghost stories. Specifically, that eerie sounds could be heard permeating the walls whenever there was a full moon. It also has its own resident ghost, the Gray Lady. Still, on August 4th, 1969, the lighthouse had its most interesting, possibly paranormal event to date, when its 2 keepers vanished off the face of the earth. Although Bermuda Triangle skeptics think that the 2 men abandoned the lighthouse in the face of Hurricane Anna, others are not so sure. While the mighty hurricane did pass by Great Isaac K., it did so days earlier. By the time the 2 men vanished, it was well out to sea. Also, nobody has seen or heard from the 2 men ever again. Number 6. DC-3 Commercial Flight. On December 28, 1948, 32 people took off from San Juan, never to be seen again. The DC-3 commercial flight was operated by Captain Robert Lindquist and his 2 crew members, plus 29 additional passengers, were all headed for the sunny shores of Miami, Florida, straight through the heart of the Bermuda Triangle. They never made it. The last known communication from the DC-3 commercial flight occurred 50 miles away from the airport, when Lindquist radioed in for landing instructions, and then that was it. The reply was never answered by Lindquist and the doomed crew. Prior to takeoff, Lindquist did note that the batteries were low on water and the landing gear was acting a bit glitchy. Still, the plane was cleared for flight because Lindquist thought the batteries could charge while they were in the air. Whether DC-3 commercial flight was struck by an electrical emergency or lack of power, or there were other more mysterious forces afoot, will remain a mystery forever. Number 5. Sylvia L. Osa. The Sylvia L. Osa vanished entirely on October 17, 1976, when a total of 37 unlucky souls were wiped off the face of the planet and straight into Bermuda Triangle lore. The Panamanian cargo ship was no stranger to the treacherous waters, but her fortune finally failed when she was traveling from Brazil to Philadelphia by way of Bermuda. The Sylvia L. Osa disappeared 140 miles off the coast of Bermuda, leaving only an oil slick and tons of questions in her wake. The biggest one is exactly how a 590-foot ship could just be lost. 590 feet is the length of 1.5 football fields. The only remnant from the doomed ship was a single lifeboat with its cover still attached, which leads us to believe that it wasn't lowered from the ship, but somehow broke off. How? A freak accident? A monster rogue wave? Or maybe something a little bit more mysterious, supernatural, and in line with Bermuda Triangle lore? There were no survivors, and the Sylvia L. Osa is one of the strangest modern mysteries in the world. Number 4. Star Tiger. This doomed aircraft was flying between England and Bermuda in January 1948, when it disappeared into thin air with over 30 passengers on board. The British craft may have strayed off course, encountered mechanical problems, or simply been swept up by forces that we can't comprehend. As with all Bermuda Triangle mysteries, the possibilities are endless. The SS Troubadour did spot a low-flying plane on that fateful day, traversing the area between Bermuda and Delaware Bay, but nobody knows for sure if it was the Star Tiger. The day of the fateful trip, the Star Tiger was experiencing some mechanical issues, specifically with its port inner engine, but was cleared for flight a few hours later. The day was gusty and rainy, and the plane flew low to escape the worst of the winds, but certainly encountered some other kind of terrible force on its last and most catastrophic flight. Number 3. Mary Celeste. The Mary Celeste is one chilling mystery that we might never solve. When she was discovered on December 4th, 1872, drifting aimlessly near the Azore Islands near Portugal without a crew member or passenger in sight, people desperately tried to put together the pieces and solve the mystery of this famous ghost ship. Incredibly, this ill-fated ship can be traced straight back to the Bermuda Triangle. While most people consider the triangle to be located between Miami, Florida, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda, others have speculated that this wretched patch of the ocean actually has a much wider span. Hence, the Mary Celeste's final drifting place in the Azore Islands isn't so far off the map. The Mary Celeste was traveling between New York and Genoa, Italy, and likely traveled right through the Devil's Triangle. What horrors met the 10 unlucky souls on the Mary Celeste? We may never know. Since much of the ship's cargo was intact, piracy and foul play were ruled out. Number 2. Carroll A. Deering. The Carroll A. Deering was a commercial schooner that ran aground in Hatteras Diamond Shoals, North Carolina. But the ship's tragic story took a previous turn right through the middle of the Bermuda Triangle. On January 31st, 1921, the schooner was spotted without a single crew member in sight. Additionally, all the crew's belongings, navigational equipment, logs, and life rafts were missing. The Carroll A. Deering quickly earned the nickname Ghost Ship of the Outer Banks, and is one of multiple ships that turned up in a curious manner during that time. Some people believe that the Carroll A. Deering was a rum runner ship, bringing some of the good stuff to thirsty Americans during Prohibition. If this is true, she went straight through the Bermuda Triangle on her way back from the Caribbean. Is the Bermuda Triangle to blame for Carroll A. Deering's loss? It's undoubtedly a solid possibility. Number 1. USS Cyclops. The USS Cyclops is perhaps the best known example of a ship that vanished without a trace in the Bermuda Triangle. The mysterious craft was carrying over 300 people when she went missing in March of 1918. Her disappearance and the fact that not a single one of her crew was ever found again marks the USS Cyclops tragedy as the largest single-incident loss of life in the Navy's entire history. The USS Cyclops was en route between Brazil and Baltimore, carrying a hefty load of manganese ore. Their trajectory put them right in the heart of the Bermuda Triangle. Once they reached the dangerous patch of ocean, they just vanished without a trace. There was never a distress signal, and calls to the USS Cyclops went unanswered. Shockingly, there were no weather events that day that would have accounted for the disappearance, and the ship was fit to sail. No wreckage or remnants of the USS Cyclops have ever been discovered. She simply sailed straight out of this world and right into legend. Number 8. Friedingen, Germany. This frozen fox was used as a frosty warning by one South German hotelier, and Mr. Stieler said it was not the first animal he had found encased in ice. Stieler, an experienced hunter, was walking along the icy Danube River, the second longest river in Europe, when he made the discovery in January of 2017. The unfortunate Mr. Fox was removed fully intact from the river in a giant ice cube. Having previously discovered frozen deer and wild boars, Stieler displayed the fox in front of his family hotel as a stark warning to visitors, locals, and presumably animals alike of the potential dangers of getting too close to the river's edge. The shock of the cold meant the fox would have drowned almost instantly after presumably breaking through thin surface level ice. its lifeless body would have frozen solid and, consequently, become buoyant enough to float back on the surface of the Danube. Number 7. South Dakota, USA. At a glance, you'd be forgiven for thinking this image of fish frozen in time looks as if they'd missed migration. Not quite the Canadian salmon run, these fish were found in the frozen lakes of North Dakota. A regular visitor of Lake Andes, kindergarten teacher Kelly Preheim, captured the frozen fish bursting from the ice in 2015. The reason behind the unusual occurrence is fourfold. Due to recent droughts in South Dakota, the water levels were low, and as the lake froze, snow settled on the surface, and the oxygen levels in the water dropped. Without sunlight, plants and algae in the lake could not photosynthesize, consequently suffocating the fish trapped under the surface. With the oxygen levels depleted, the now dead fish floated to the surface just like ice cubes in your favorite tasty beverage. Then, finally, as driving winds hit and freezing temperatures flew in, the ice began to buckle, leaving the impression that the fish were frozen in midair. Word about the free fish suppers didn't take long to spread, and hundreds of bald eagles flocked to the area to feast on the thousands of fish. Easy pickings for one of the largest birds of prey in America. Number 6. Siberia, Russia. Siberia is arguably the toughest place on the planet to inhabit, and that goes for humans and native animal species alike. One misstep can land you in a whole puddle of trouble, as one 1,300-pound moose found out in 2013. The moose had fallen into an ice hole and become stuck, unable to pull herself back onto the surface. Her luck had not run out completely though, as 4 men were flying through the remote Siberian taiga in a lightweight helicopter. The landscape was sprawling, but they spotted her from above and realized quickly she was still alive. The crew flew back to the helicopter manufacturing facility where they happened to work to retrieve items in the hope of rescuing her from a potentially icy grave. As temperatures were below 20 Fahrenheit, no one knew how long she'd been trapped or how long she'd last. Upon their return with ropes and harnesses, they found she was still clinging to life. Leg by leg, they pulled the giant moose, which weighed as much as half an SUV, from the ice. In under 3 minutes, the 3 men had gotten her back on top of the frozen swamp. It was only then they realized she was pregnant. The moose, who had now been named Munka, was frozen stiff. Unable to move, her fur was frozen solid. Desperate to make this a successful rescue mission, the men covered Munka in their coats and rubbed her to induce blood flow. She was breathing but not moving, and it was determined they had done all they could. They packed up, and as they took back to the skies, Munka rose to her feet. These kind men appeared to have saved both mother and calf. But as they flew off, they had no idea what her fate would be. 5 days later, she was spotted again from the air, easily identifiable now. She was sporting a shiny new blue collar and was observed to be in good health, making for a truly heartwarming story in every sense of the word. Number 5. Alaska, USA. This pair of moose were not quite so lucky, having been found with barely their antlers visible above a solidly frozen lake below. Hiker Brad Webster discovered the bodies of the 2 males, known as bulls, while out trekking with friends near a remote village in Unalakleet, off Alaska's west coast. The 2 moose were locked together by the antlers, likely trying to impress a female when they became entangled. Brad and friends found the pair in February, which would have been the climax of mating season for these giant creatures. It's been known for many horned species to become locked during a sparring session, but this may be the first instance in which time appears to have frozen around it. When large animals like this fall into the water and they're unable to kick from the bottom, it is rare that they can rescue themselves. Former university lecturer and retired biologist Bill Samuel surmised that one or both of the creatures were injured in the fight, and that after becoming locked, they drowned together in frigid water. Isn't nature a cold mistress? Number 4. Oslo, Norway. Did you hear what happened to the frog that tried to cross the frozen lake in January of 2014? he croaked. Norwegian photographer Svein Nordrum happened upon a once-in-a-lifetime shoot when skating near his home in Oslo, Norway. The 54-year-old was skating on Lake Biddingsvann with his girlfriend when he found the amphibian, who appeared to have been caught out by an unreasonably warm, albeit brief, spell throughout January. As temperatures rose, the frog's body would have slowly warmed and come out of its natural hibernating state, believing spring had sprung. Unfortunately for the frog, it had jumped to the wrong conclusion. Rapidly dropping temperatures as he hopped across the pond would have slowed the cold-blooded reptile's heart down and begun to induce a state of hibernation. Its eyes were frozen shut, and its legs were splayed, physically showing how the frog was overcome by the Baltic conditions amid its best efforts to return to the shelter. Number 3. Yakutia, Russia. Discovered in Yakutia, Russia, these two tiny cave lion cubs were found frozen after being preserved by the ice for over 20,000 years. They were so perfectly preserved with fur still intact, and scientists determined that the kittens were so young that they hadn't even had the chance to open their eyes. These two are the first of their kind to be found with minimal decomposition, so much so that even the contents of their stomachs could be examined. Researchers believe that the kittens, who may have only been a few days old, perished when their den collapsed around them after evidence of dirt was found in their digestive tracts. No evidence of their mother's body was found in the den. Cave lions, also sometimes known as steppe lions, are an extinct subspecies of today's African lions. Steppe refers to a large area of flat, unforested grassland, and it is believed these animals would roam these open plains, using caves for shelter and to raise their young. Previous discoveries of these animals have only given paleontologists partial skeletons or fossilized tracks to work from. Minimal available evidence means that much about this animal remains conjecture. But with this first discovery of fully intact DNA, maybe things will really start to heat up in academic circles. Number 2. Space World Kitakyushu. A theme park in Japan received a rather frosty welcome after the opening of their new skating rink. The park, located in the city of Kitakyushu in southwest Japan, received backlash, not just locally, but from people around the world. Locals and people further afield were shocked to find the park had frozen some 5,000 fish into the rink, displaying some to welcome skaters with a hello or point them in the right direction around the ice. The floundering general manager of the park, Mr. Toshimi Takeda, said, "We had intended to give the feel of the ocean. In reality, they appear to have somehow missed the water when falling out of the boat." People called the gimmick cruel, immoral, and weird. Shortly after opening the fish-filled rink, it was closed to the public and the park issued an apology. The fish were procured from a local market and included mackerel, sprats, crabs, and other shellfish. Thankfully, the park stopped before going as far as entombing stingrays or whale sharks below the frozen surface, having instead elected to use photographs of the animals beneath the ice. Takeda told reporters the park would unfreeze the skating rink to remove the fish, hold an appropriate religious service, and then reuse them as fertilizer, adding that the fish were already dead before they were frozen. Number 1. Yucca the woolly mammoth. Suspended in animation for over 39,000 years, Yucca the woolly mammoth was found in 2010 in the Siberian permafrost, having been mummified towards the end of the Upper Paleolithic era, also commonly known as the Late Stone Age. Yucca is not only our oldest animal on the list, but she is, to date, the best preserved woolly mammoth in the world. Lead researcher Semyon Grigoriev theorized that the mammoth fell into the water or got bogged down in a swamp and was unable to free herself. Analysis of the tusks and teeth state that Yucca must have been between 6 to 8 years old when she was naturally mummified. As a juvenile, she still measured over 6.5 feet long, while standing in her natural position would still have been almost 5.5 feet tall. Fully grown adult males would normally grow as tall as an African elephant, somewhere in the range of 10 to 12 feet, and weigh around 6 tons. Amazingly, even after being frozen for a millennia, scientists were able to extract flowing blood from the mammoth. Dr. Grigoriev hoped to confirm the belief that there may have been a natural antifreeze in the blood of woolly mammoths. Whilst this theory was later in part confirmed, thanks to their unique hemoglobin allowing blood to literally run cold, Grigoriev never got to achieve his real dream of cloning woolly mammoths back into existence. He sadly passed away after suffering a heart attack at just 46 years old in 2020. It is thanks to the efforts of him and his team that since 2014, crowds have been gathering in Moscow, where Yucca continues to be on display to show all to see what was walking the earth tens of thousands of years before. Number 9. Shanai Timpishka. Located in Peru, Shanai Timpishka is nicknamed the Boiling River and known as the only boiling river in the world. This tributary of the Amazon River is 4 miles long, 82 miles wide, and 20 feet deep. But the most impressive and scary thing about it is it reaches up to 212 degrees Fahrenheit. You could use the boiling water to cook a full-on meal at that temperature. Nothing can live in the river, since it will boil them alive. Normally, water boils when it's near an active volcano, but this river is nowhere near one. The local tribes believe that a jungle spirit called Yakumama causes the water to boil. But scientists have a different explanation. Water is hotter when it's closer to the Earth's mantle. A hydrothermal process takes place that causes the river to boil and reach the temperature that it does. Number 8. Lake Kawah Ijen. On the island of Java in Indonesia, at an elevation of 9,085 feet, is a highly acidic crater. Located right next to an active volcano, the lake's temperature is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit and full of sulfuric acid. It's about 2,300 feet wide and reaches a depth of 660 feet. Swimming in this lake would be a horrible mistake because the acid would end up burning you. The lake's pH level is 0.3. As a reminder, the pH scale ranges from 0 to 14, and for reference, battery acid has a pH level of 0. So you definitely don't want to even touch the water. Birds flying over the lake have been seen to drop dead and fall in because of its acidic fumes. And if that wasn't enough, the flammable sulfuric gases ignite impressive electric blue flames on the shore of the lake that reach up to 16 feet high and 1,112 degrees Fahrenheit. Number 7. Jacob's Well. Found in Texas, Jacob's Well is a beautiful spring with crystal clear water. It's a popular spot to visit and enjoy the afternoon. And if you stay near the surface, it's pretty safe too. But beware if you decide to go deeper beneath the surface. After a vertical 30-foot deep dive, there are caves with several chambers that can reach an average of 120 feet deep. The caves can be difficult to navigate, and there are parts with narrow passageways. It's easy to get lost and disoriented down there. Experienced divers have even admitted it was a challenging, unforgiving environment. There have been at least 8 deaths at Jacob's Well. In 1981, a man's body drifted its way out of the well 2 years after he went missing. And another man's body who was believed to have died around the same year was discovered in the year 2000, several years after his disappearance. It just goes to show how easy it is to get lost within, and how hard it can be to find your way out. Number 6. The Amazon Basin. The Amazon Basin is massive, spanning about 2.4 million square miles in the countries of Bolivia, Peru, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, and French Guiana, which is France's territory. That's a little over 35% of South America. Regardless of which country you're in, swimming in the Amazon basin is probably a bad idea. There are dangerous animals like piranhas, black caimans, the candiru fish, and more. The inch-long, eel-like candiru is a parasitic fish that has been known to swim up the urethra or other body openings. There have been alleged reports of people trying to pull the fish out of the urethra, causing injuries. However, there is speculation that these stories are just myths, but nobody knows for sure. Better to play it safe and not even get into the water. Number 5. Lake Victoria. At over 26,000 square miles, Lake Victoria spans across Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. It is the largest tropical freshwater lake in the world, and the third largest lake in general in the world. Parts of this lake have its own weather system. The unpredictability of the weather means that it can go from calm and sunny to rainy and windy in the blink of an eye. The dangerous thing about this is there is no way to track the weather and predict what will happen. So, if you're caught at the wrong place at the wrong time, it could be deadly. In fact, about 5,000 people die at Lake Victoria every year. That is a huge number of annual fatalities. The combination of severe weather patterns, old fishing boats, and many of the locals' inability to swim well is a recipe for disaster when the bad weather hits. In addition, the water is extremely polluted due to the dumping of raw sewage, domestic and industrial waste, fertilizer, and chemicals. People who enter the water are at risk of catching diseases. Researchers found high levels of lead, arsenic, aluminum, and phosphorus in the water. Number 4. Horseshoe Lake. Found in California, Horseshoe Lake has a high concentration of carbon dioxide. A reservoir of gas had been beneath Mammoth Mountain, and after several earthquakes that occurred between 1989 and 1990, pathways opened up for that gas to escape. This causes high levels of carbon dioxide that kills nearby trees and can be potentially dangerous to humans. There are even some amounts of hydrogen sulfide, the compound that creates a rotten egg smell and is toxic to humans. The levels of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide fluctuate, so depending on when you're there, it could be relatively safe. But if the levels are higher, you can become ill and even die from the levels of toxicity in the air. In fact, in 1998, a 58-year-old skier was found dead skiing near Horseshoe Lake. The autopsy revealed that he died from asphyxiation due to high levels of carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide levels of where his body was found was 70%. You never know when the levels can get too high, so maybe it's best to avoid this area altogether. Number 3. Lake Natron. This alkaline lake is right below an active volcano in Tanzania. It is 35 miles long, 14 miles wide, and less than 10 feet deep. The temperature reaches around 105 degrees Fahrenheit. The bright red color of this lake comes from microorganisms that feed off the high levels of salt found within it. But the craziest phenomenon is the fact that animals turn into stone when they, unfortunately, get in the water. Well, technically they calcify. This happens because of the high concentration of sodium carbonate that makes its way into the lake from the nearby volcanic activity. This compound was also used in ancient Egypt to mummify the mummies. But strangely enough, while uninhabitable for almost any other animal, flamingos seem to thrive here. They can tolerate the amount of salt in the lake because of glands they have that filter out excess amounts of salt through their nasal cavity. The tough skin on their legs also helps protect them from getting burned. Did you know that in 2007, a helicopter crashed into Lake Natron? A group of wildlife videographers were attempting to get some awesome footage of the flamingos at very low altitude, when the pilot accidentally flew a little too low, causing the helicopter to make contact with the water and nosedive. The water started to instantly burn their eyes and skin. Had they not frantically made their way to the shore, they would have met the same fate as the other smaller animals that didn't make it out alive. Number 2. The beaches of North Queensland. While there are a number of fantastic beaches you can swim at in Queensland, Australia, you won't be finding anyone swimming at the beaches found in the northern part of Queensland. And it isn't because of the sharks. Irukandji jellyfish, a species of box jellyfish, and other box jellyfish are found in these waters, and they are some of the most venomous animals on the planet. Irukandji jellyfish are tiny, with a size between 0.5 to 1 inch. They are incredibly difficult to notice, which is a problem because it's impossible to see their 4 deadly stinger-filled tentacles that can reach up to 3.3 feet in length. Other box jellyfish are bigger, but are also transparent and can be hard to see. Their venom is believed to be 100 times stronger than a cobra's. Symptoms can include painful muscle cramps in your arms and legs, backache, headache, abdominal and chest pain, nausea, vomiting, burning of the skin and face, and sweating. In severe cases, fatal brain hemorrhages can occur. Between 50 to 100 people are hospitalized each year due to box jellyfish stings, and some of those visits are fatal. And if the jellyfish weren't enough to worry about, there are also crocodiles that lurk in those same waters. So it's probably best to skip these beaches. Number 1. The Blue Lagoon. Also known as the Harper Hill Quarry, the Blue Lagoon is located in Buxton, United Kingdom. Despite having a beautiful turquoise blue color, it is in fact a toxic dump. Warning signs outside the lake advises that the water is polluted and is known to contain dead animals, trash, feces, and car wrecks. Who knows what other gross things can be found in there? The bright blue color is misleading. What gives it that color are actually caustic chemicals, chemicals that corrode skin, eyes, and other mucous membranes, including your lungs. The pH level of the water at the Blue Lagoon is 11.3. For reference, clean water has a pH level of 7, and bleach has a pH level of around 12. The police have said that swimming here is like swimming in a bath of bleach. But for some reason, people have continuously ignored the warning signs that lead up to the lagoon and decide to swim in it anyway. They have been unable to drain the lagoon because it is privately owned, and it has been difficult trying to contact the owner. To try and discourage people from getting in the water, local authorities regularly dye the lagoon black. Number 8. The Secor Power survivors. On April 13, 2021, the 175-foot oil industry vessel flipped over 8 miles off the coast of Louisiana. Hurricane-level wind speeds of 80 to 90 miles per hour and waves that reached 7 to 9 feet high caused the vessel to capsize, leaving the 19 people on board in danger. Hours after the incident, 6 people were rescued by the Coast Guard. They sent a dive team to the hull of the boat to check for any survivors who may have still been trapped inside. But unfortunately, none were found. These search efforts that spanned over 175 hours and over 9,268 nautical miles included 4 Coast Guard cutters, 3 helicopters, 6 fixed-wing aircrafts, and 3 response boats. But they were unable to find any other survivors, apart from the 6 crew members rescued on the day of the incident. They did recover 5 bodies from the water, and the 8 people who remained missing for days after had been presumed to also be deceased. Number 7. Violet Jessup. You'd think that after just one scary incident on a ship, you'd be wary of ever stepping foot on another one ever again. That wasn't the case for Violet Jessup, an ocean liner stewardess and nurse, who had the incredibly bad luck of being caught in 2 different shipwrecks and one almost shipwreck. On September 20th, 1911, she was working as a stewardess on the RMS Olympic, a luxury British ocean liner. When it departed from Southampton, it struck the British warship HMS Hawke. The collision caused damage to the ship, but despite this, the ship was able to arrive safely back at the port, and luckily there were no fatalities. But little did Jessup know she would be involved in yet another incident, a much graver one. She continued her work as a stewardess, this time on the Titanic. On April 14, 1912, the Titanic crashed into an iceberg in the North Atlantic Ocean. She was one of the lucky ones who boarded the lifeboats and was rescued by RMS Carpathia. Out of approximately 2,200 people on board, more than 1,500 people died in the wreck. It seems as though fate really wanted her to stay off ships, but she kept coming back for more. On November 21, 1916, she was working for the British Red Cross on board HMHS Britannic. The ship hit a deep-sea mine, causing an explosion that led to the sinking of the ship in the Aegean Sea. 30 of the 1,066 people on board lost their lives. Jessup was almost one of those killed when she realized the propellers of the ship were pulling the lifeboats towards them. She survived by jumping out of her lifeboat, and although sustained a head injury, was able to recover. Number 6. The Wilhelm Gustloff survivors. On January 30th, 1945, a Soviet submarine shot a torpedo at the German ocean liner Wilhelm Gustloff in the Baltic Sea. There were approximately 10,000 passengers on board. Over 9,000 of the people on board died, with only about 1,000 survivors. It is considered the deadliest shipwreck in history. The majority of the victims died due to the harsh weather conditions. The water temperature was less than 4 degrees Celsius or 39 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air temperature was between -18 and -10 degrees Celsius or 0 to 14 degrees Fahrenheit. It took about 1 hour for the ship to eventually sink in 144-foot water. Number 5. Harrison Okene. The Nigerian cook was part of a 12-man crew working on a tugboat called Jascon 4. About 20 miles off of the Nigerian coast, Jascon 4 was stabilizing an oil tanker at a platform in the Gulf of Guinea in the Atlantic Ocean. On May 26, 2013, the rough water capsized the tugboat, which sank nearly 100 feet underwater upside down. The entire crew, except for Okene, drowned in the wreck. Somehow, Okene was in the right place at the right time. He managed to find an air pocket which allowed him to survive for 60 hours 100 feet underwater. He created a makeshift platform out of a mattress and any other materials he could find that allowed him to keep the top half of his body above water. He recounts how he had no food or water while surrounded by pitch black in freezing water. All he could do was pray. And that's what he did for the nearly 3 days he was trapped. Until South African divers who were investigating the wreck were shocked to find him there alive. The rescuers put a diving helmet on him and transferred him into a diving bell. Although he lost consciousness on the way to the surface, he survived and was put into a decompression chamber to help him gradually adjust to normal air pressure. Number 4. The Costa Concordia survivors. On January 12, 2012, the Italian cruise ship Costa Concordia capsized and partially sank after hitting rocks in the Tyrrhenian Sea off the coast of Giglio Island in the Mediterranean. The result of this collision was a 174-foot gaping hole on the port side of the hull. With water flooding the engine room, the entire boat lost power and steering became impossible. Despite this, the Concordia drifted its way back towards the island due to the direction of the wind and the position that the rudder was stuck in, which made the rescue efforts a bit easier. People got into lifeboats and were later picked up by the rescue vessels who came to help. The entire rescue team included 25 patrol boats, helicopters, and 14 merchant boats. The entire evacuation took over 6 hours. There were about 3,200 passengers and 1,023 crew members, with a total of approximately 4,200 people on board. 32 of them had died in the accident. The captain of the ship, Francesco Schettino, was scrutinized for downplaying the severity of the situation at first, and for abandoning ship when there were still passengers in danger on board. He was later found guilty of causing a maritime accident, manslaughter, and abandoning his ship. Number 3. Pun Lim. Lim was a Chinese sailor who worked as a second steward on the British merchant ship SS Bin Lamond. On November 23, 1942, a German U-boat attacked the Bin Lamond with 2 torpedoes, about 750 miles off the coast of Brazil. It took only about 2 minutes for the ship to sink, and as this happened, Lim found a life jacket and jumped overboard, narrowly missing the explosion of the ship's boilers. After a while in the water, to his good fortune, he found a small wooden raft of about 8 square feet and climbed on. To his delight, he found the raft was equipped with tins of biscuits, a jug of water, chocolate, sugar lumps, flares, smoke pots, and a flashlight. As he began to use up these resources, he knew he had to become savvy. He created a makeshift fishing rod using a wire from the flashlight and rope for the fishing line to catch fish. He collected rainwater. He created a knife out of the biscuit tin to cut open fish that he caught. On April 5th, 1943, after 133 days being lost at sea on the raft, he was finally rescued by 3 Brazilian fishermen when he drifted close enough to the coast of Brazil. Lim was the only survivor of the shipwreck. Number 2. The whale ship Essex survivors. On August 12, 1819, Essex made its final departure from Nantucket, Massachusetts, with the intent of sailing to the whaling grounds off the west coast of South America for about 2.5 years. The crew consisted of 20 men. Essex had a couple of unfortunate events happen before the actual shipwreck. 2 days after its departure, they were hit with sudden, intense winds that nearly sank the ship. The topgallant sail was gone, and 3 whaleboats were destroyed or damaged. Despite this, they continued on their journey. While restocking supplies in October of 1820 in the Galapagos Islands, one of the crew members accidentally set the island on fire. Some thought this to be an omen, but as they left the island, they soldiered on their quest to reach the whaling grounds. On November 20th, 1820, Essex was attacked by an unusually large sperm whale, reported to be around 85 feet in length. It rammed into the ship twice, leaving the crew to fend for themselves as it quickly began to sink. All 20 men divided themselves into the 3 remaining whaleboats they had. With scarce resources and food, they had to ration what they had from the beginning. With no water, they began to drink their own urine and rinse their mouths with seawater. On December 20th, exactly a month after the whale attack and shipwreck, they washed up on Henderson Island, where they found a small freshwater spring to drink from. They feasted on birds, eggs, crabs, and peppergrass. After just 6 days on the island, they realized they had nearly depleted the island's resources and would starve if they stayed. 3 of the men decided to stay behind on the island, while the other 17 got back in the whaleboats. Those 3 men were eventually found and rescued nearly a year after the sinking of the Essex. With the intention of reaching Easter Island, those who opted to get back into the whaleboats were in really bad shape. On January 10, 1821, the first of the crew had died. Another died on January 18th, and yet another on February 8th. The men realized that with no food, the only way to survive was to resort to cannibalism. Ultimately, only 8 of the 20 men survived the ordeal. This chilling tale of shipwreck survivors inspired the novel Moby Dick by Herman Melville. Number 1. Ernest Shackleton and the Endurance Expedition survivors. On August 1st, 1914, Shackleton and his 28-man crew departed from London on a quest to reach the South Pole. Everything was going well until January of 1915, when the Endurance became trapped in ice. The crew deboarded the ship and had no choice but to camp on ice. After months of this, the ship's condition worsened due to the ice and eventually completely sank. In an effort to find a safe place, the crew got into 3 small boats and made the journey to Elephant Island. The only problem was the island was remote, and there was 0 chance that there would be a passing vessel. Like a true leader, Shackleton recruited 5 members of his crew to accompany him on a 20-foot lifeboat to South Georgia, with the intention of finding help. After the 16-day journey, they arrived and put together a rescue mission. On August 25, 1916, Shackleton returned to Elephant Island with help and was able to rescue the entire crew. Number 8. The Peck Brothers. On May 22, 2019, brothers Quentin and Nathan Peck decided to go fishing on their 16-foot-long inflatable boat in New South Wales, Australia. It was a day like any other, enjoying their time out on the water. There was no warning to what would happen next. They were traveling at about 25 miles per hour when, out of nowhere, a huge marlin jumped out of the water over their boat and directly slammed into the 2 brothers. Nathan Peck instinctively put his arm up to try to protect his face, and in doing so, the marlin's spear-like snout pierced through his tricep and shoulder blade. Simultaneously, the marlin's jaw made contact with Quentin Peck's arm, which broke his bone while ripping out his tendons. The marlin weighed between 175 and 220 pounds. The force of the impact was so hard that they struggled to regain their breath for minutes. The incident happened about 12 miles offshore. Luckily, the brothers were out fishing with their best friend. Their friend was thankfully uninjured and was able to call for emergency services to await their arrival as he rushed the brothers to shore. Ambulances and a rescue helicopter were on standby to take them to the hospital where they were treated for their injuries. Number 7. Mohammed Idul. Most people will likely never experience getting stabbed in the neck by a needlefish, but 16-year-old Muhammad Idul from Indonesia was in the wrong place at the wrong time in January of 2020. He and a friend went out for a quick nighttime fishing trip when a needlefish, around 3 feet long, suddenly jumped from the water and pierced Muhammad directly under his chin, all the way through to the base of his skull. The impact caused Muhammad to fall into the water. The needlefish was stuck in his neck and thrashed around in the water trying to free itself. His friend jumped into the water to help him get to shore as Muhammad grabbed onto the needlefish, trying to keep it from thrashing. Upon arriving to his house, Muhammad's father quickly took him to the hospital to have the fish removed. After 5 days in the hospital, Muhammad was able to go home and fully recovered from the ordeal. Number 6. The Scandies Rose fishing boat. The Scandies Rose was a 130-foot commercial fishing boat that was mainly used for catching crabs. At around 10 p.m. on the night of December 31st, 2019, a crew of 7 men were fishing off the coast of Alaska when a transmission came through that they were in trouble. The weather conditions were extreme. They were up against 30-foot high waves, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and a temperature that was below freezing. It is believed that these conditions, paired with inaccurate stability instructions that were meant to help prevent a boat from capsizing, caused the accident. As the Coast Guard was on the way to help, the boat was already sinking. Only 2 of the 7 men, Dean Gribble and John Lawler, survived. They jumped off the boat as it started sinking in a vertical position, straight up and down. They tried yelling for their crew members to abandon ship as well, but they didn't see anyone else jump off. Once in the water, they spotted a raft that they climbed up on and waited there for a few hours in the cold, harsh, dark conditions. The Coast Guard finally arrived, and the 2 men were rescued by helicopter and taken to the hospital where they were treated for hypothermia. The search efforts for the other 5 crew members continued, but after less than 24 hours, they were presumed dead. Number 5. The Arctic Rose. On April 2nd, 2001, the Arctic Rose sank to the bottom of the Bering Sea around 400 miles off the coast of Alaska. It was a 93-foot-long fishing trawler used to catch many fish, but primarily the flathead solefish, by using large nets. That night, around 3 a.m., the boat started flooding with water and began to capsize. They tried to get the boat to stay level, but there wasn't enough time. To this day, nobody is sure what had happened that caused the boat to flood. One theory is that the hull of the boat was damaged by fishing equipment in the stormy weather. Another theory stated that water started rushing in through an open hatch that wasn't secured properly below deck. To try to piece together what happened, investigators used a remote-controlled video camera to get footage of the wreckage, about 430 feet at the bottom of the ocean. But the unclear footage didn't provide much. All 15 of the men on board tragically died in the accident. It is considered one of the worst fishing accidents in U.S. history. Number 4. Todd Thiesenwitz. In South Dakota, Todd Thiesenwitz was fishing out on a lake in July of 2021. He felt something bite and immediately started reeling in his catch. It was a northern pike, which can reach around 60 pounds. As he reeled it in, the fishing hook suddenly broke due to the fight the fish put up. When this happened, Todd's bottom bouncer, which is a type of fishing gear, flew back and lodged itself deep into his chest. So deep that it went through the sac that surrounds the heart and pierced the actual heart muscles in his left ventricle. They called for help, and when they got to shore, help was already waiting for them. He was rushed to the hospital and needed to have emergency surgery. He needed to be put on life support during the operation, but miraculously made a full recovery. Number 3. The Sadur Havid. The Sadur Havid was a South African deep-sea fishing trawler that sunk in the Antarctic in the year 1998. On a morning in June, the crew of 38 men were facing severe weather conditions. Matt Lewis, author of Last Man Off, a true story of disaster and survival on the Arctic seas, was one of the men on board that day. He described how the waves were so high and treacherous that they were casting shadows at 10 o'clock in the morning. He recounts how he struggled to remain upright as he held on to the railing of the ship. The waves came bursting through the hatches of the ship, and soon it was filling with water. The ship sank about 170 miles off the coast. The men rushed into life rafts, but not everyone made it. Many drowned in the commotion, died from hypothermia, or from the shock of the icy cold water. The surviving men piled onto 3 life rafts. On Lewis's raft, there were 17 men, and by the time rescuers located them about 4 hours later, 10 of the men on his raft had died. Altogether, half of the men died in the incident. Many years later, Lewis kept a promise he made to one of the rescuers who lifted him into the rescue vessel, that he would name his daughter, Camilla, after the name of the vessel that rescued him. Number 2. Ross Chapman. In January of 2017, a New Zealander by the name of Ross Chapman was fishing alone about 30 miles off the coast of northwest Cape Australia. He was out fishing for marlins, and he did, in fact, catch one that was around 550 pounds. He tagged the fish, and in the process of releasing it back into the ocean, he accidentally bumped his GoPro camera that was mounted on the edge of the boat. He tried to catch the camera before it fell into the water, but in doing so, he fell in himself. The problem here was that he had the boat in gear, and it kept on moving without him. He tried to swim as fast as he could, but just simply couldn't keep up with it. He was left stranded in the middle of the ocean with no life jacket and equipment. At one point, another boat came across Chapman's boat that was clearly moving and in gear, but without a driver. That person reported the boat to the authorities, and everyone, including other boats who caught wind of the situation, dropped what they were doing to help assist in the search. After about 5 hours of floating alone in the sea, the captain of a charter boat was the one to find Chapman. He was quickly taken to shore and to a hospital, where he was treated for hypothermia, severe sunburn, and shock. Number 1. The Atlantic Destiny. Off the coast of Nova Scotia, a 140-foot-long scallop vessel sent out distress signals once a fire ignited on board on March 2nd, 2021. It is believed that the fire began in the engine room, causing the ship to lose power. Water began filling up the ship as the crew battled against rough waves of up to 26 feet high and winds of up to 62 miles per hour. There were even reports that the fire flared, causing a second fire to break out. Rescue efforts by U.S. and Canadian search and rescue teams coordinated the extraction of each person from the ship, one by one. 2 helicopters were able to successfully rescue all 31 people on board over the course of about 12 hours. Rescuers described the event as one of the most challenging rescue operations they had ever been a part of, due to the number of people that needed to be rescued and the harsh weather and winds that demanded extreme focus while handling the helicopters. But the high spirits and energy of the crew as they were being rescued helped keep the situation positive. Number 9. Hanjin, Pennsylvania. 2 explosions rocked the brand new Hanjin, Pennsylvania in 2002 before it even hit its first birthday. The first hit when she was traveling from Singapore to Germany, rocking the cargo hold and shaking the crew's nerves to bits. The second one, 4 short days later, was even more catastrophic, killing 2 crew members and puzzling everyone on board as to what could be causing this 925-foot spanking new vessel to burst into flames. The culprit turned out to be a simple but fatal clerical error. Containers of fireworks were misdeclared before the Hanjin, Pennsylvania ever left the Singaporean seas, and the inflammable cargo was setting off spontaneous blasts. Fortunately, the Hanjin, Pennsylvania didn't falter or sink, but she was deemed a lost and repurposed for scrap. Later, this catastrophic cargo ship was reborn as the Norasia Bellatrix, and was one of the critical catalysts for cargo ship reform and better reporting. We can only hope that her crew was a little more careful about what kind of explosives they let on board. Number 8. MV Baiche Bridge. In 2012, the MV Baiche Bridge found herself in a nasty encounter with Typhoon Guchol, a vicious storm that whipped over the Philippines and landed in the seas near Japan. Although the hardy ship survived the storm, much of her cargo toppled into the waves, and other containers crashed on deck, spilling their contents and terrifying the crew. MV Baiche Bridge's survivors later recounted their ordeal in the typhoon encounter of MV Baiche Bridge, claiming that they were delivered right into the belly of the beast, which was Typhoon Guchol. According to reports, the storm whipped up in intensity as it raced across the sea. Although the photos from MV Baiche Bridge are astounding and the loss of cargo was tremendous, only 18 people were injured. Today, the MV Baiche Bridge is still operational and sails under the flag of Panama. Number 7. One Apis. 2020 was a bad year for the One Apis, who lost 1,816 containers of goods, including 64 that were labeled as dangerous goods while it was crossing the Pacific Ocean. It is one of the most costly and catastrophic cargo ship failures. This mighty ship succumbed to weather events beyond its control, eventually suffering an enormous collapse of untold numbers of containers, many of which plunged into the depths of the Pacific. The One Apis was on its way to Long Beach, California when the disaster occurred, and we're still grappling with the severity of the accident and struggling to determine what can be done to solve these problems in the future. One Apis's containers were stacked as much as 8 high, which might have been a significant contributing factor. Drone footage from the immediate aftermath shows the seas simply littered with containers, begging the question of how marine life could be affected. One thing is for sure, we will be cleaning up oceanic debris for a long time to come. Number 6. Hyundai Fortune. The not-so-fortunate Hyundai Fortune was lost to the seas after it blew up in a catastrophic explosion that remains a mystery to this day. In 2006, the 898-foot Hyundai Fortune was traveling through the Gulf of Aden of Yemen's coast when a nightmare blast spilled thousands of containers out into the small sea, creating a 5-mile debris field. For reference, that's 88 football fields full of wreckage from the Hyundai Fortune. The ship instantly caught fire, smoldering for several days on end until it finally burned out. All of the crew, 27 in total, abandoned the ship and were rescued and brought to shore. Miraculously, nobody died, and even more surprisingly, only one person sustained minor injuries. Perhaps the ship was unfortunate, but the crew certainly seemed to be. Once the mighty fire was extinguished, the wreck of the Hyundai Fortune was towed to Salalah, Oman. All told, the Hyundai Fortune lost between 1,000 to 3,000 containers that day, with not a single one recovered from the sea. Amazingly, she was able to be repaired and continued delivering cargo until 2018. Number 5. MSC Flaminia. In 2012, the MSC Flaminia suffered a nightmarish ordeal, a series of explosions that set off a raging inferno in her cargo hold. The ship, flying under the German flag, was traveling across the chilly waters of the North Atlantic when she first started having problems. The trouble started in Hold 4, and the crew, thinking that it was just a minor hiccup, released CO2 to quell it. Unfortunately, this reasonable step that would work for most situations was the worst thing to do in the case of the MSC Flaminia. She was carrying highly inflammable cargo that contained a highly flammable substance, divinyl benzene, that started a chain reaction that led to the abandonment of the ship. The cargo's manufacturer, Deltec, was later held liable for the blast. In addition to the cargo lost in the explosions and blaze, 3 people died, and 2 were seriously injured. The rest of the crew abandoned the 984-foot burning MSC Flaminia, which continued to smolder for nearly a month, damaging the vessel itself and belching up tons of toxic smoke into the air. Thanks to the MSC Flaminia disaster, there are now rules about what kind of cargo can be aboard ships. as well as emergency protocols to rescue cargo ships in distress. Number 4. Maersk Hanum. The 1,153-foot Maersk Hanum was classified as an ultra-large container ship, which made its fiery disaster all the more catastrophic. In 2018, the Maersk Hanum suffered a mega fire worthy of its vast size when it was traveling through the Arabian Sea. The ship was relatively new, having been built in South Korea just one short year earlier, so nobody saw the fire coming. It was all smooth sailing until March 6th when a fire burst in the cargo hold. It destroyed the ship's 7,860 containers and killed 5 crew members before the carnage was over. The remaining 23 crew members were eventually rescued and brought to shore, but the Maersk Hanum kept burning, blazing for well over a week and destroying the entire massive cargo hold area. The fire was so gigantic that there were reports that it could actually be spotted from space. Eventually, the broken hulk of the ship burned itself out. The cause of the blast? A chance freak accident caused by some of the contents of its containers. It was determined that the Maersk Hanum was carrying sodium dichloryl isocyanurate dihydrate, or SDID, which decomposed quicker than it should have, sparking the deadly blaze. Number 3. Reina Monrovia. In 2011, Reina Monrovia ran aground in New Zealand, causing untold damage to the Astrolabe Reef and spilling tons of oil into the vulnerable seas, as well as dumping most of its containers during the accident. Unlike many of our other failed cargo ships, this one can be chalked up primarily, if not exclusively, to human error. High-ranking ship officers pled guilty after the wreck, conceding to mishandling the ship and changing documents to avoid taking responsibility. Seaman scandal aside, the Reina Monrovia struck a severe blow to nature as she festered on the reef, leaking toxins into the ocean below and affecting marine life. As she couldn't be towed to shore, salvors had to take her apart right on the reef, further harming the sensitive coral. Seabirds and fish suffered in the hundreds of tons of fuel that gush from the Reina Monrovia, and her grounding is thought to be the worst maritime environmental disaster to ever hit New Zealand. On a bright note, cleanup efforts have helped to restore the reef to its former beauty and help vulnerable animal populations get their slice of sea back. Number 2. MSC Napoli. The MSC Napoli failed the seaworthy test in January 2007 when the 902-foot vessel started to crack and flood en route from Belgium to Portugal. While nasty weather in the English Channel certainly exposed the MSC Napoli's weaknesses, the question remains as to why she was so vulnerable to begin with. Fortunately, nobody perished during the ordeal, but all of her 26 crew members needed to abandon their ship, leaving the MSC Napoli to be towed in and sold for scrap. Except that's not exactly how it happened. When officials saw the damaged MSC Napoli, they decided to beach her at Lime Bay rather than tow her all the way to the port. The beached ship was stripped of her cargo and fuel, and officials tried a second time to get her to port, only to re-beach her again. Eventually, the MSC Napoli had to be intentionally blown to pieces, with her 3 severed-off sections sold for scrap. Astonishingly, the time between her initial cracking and eventual salvaging was 2.5 years. Number 1. MOL Comfort. In 2013, the MOL Comfort suffered a disastrous turn of events that made it arguably the most catastrophic and sensationalistic cargo ship failure in modern history. The 5-year-old MOL Comfort was sailing in the Indian Ocean when she literally broke into 2 pieces, sagging down at either end and spilling hundreds of containers into the sea. Amazingly, nobody in the crew was hurt or injured in the accident, but the MOL Comfort herself was in for a rough ride. The ship didn't sink initially, but bobbed along as it continued to dump containers into the surrounding sea. It remained this way for 10 full days, when the stern sank, carrying its remaining cargo with it. The bow didn't fare much better. It caught fire and sank a few weeks later, plunging its containers to the seafloor as well. It's estimated that the MOL Comfort was carrying 4,293 containers, and all of them were lost to the waves, the single greatest loss of cargo a container ship has ever suffered.
Number 7. High-speed impact. 10-time world champion powerboat racer, speed record holder, and daredevil Fabio Buzzi lost his life along with 2 others.
The high-powered speedboat they were competing in was launched through the air after hitting an artificial reef right by the finish line in Venice. The team had been attempting to beat their own world record again for the fastest offshore speed record between billionaire's playground Monte Carlo and the floating paradise of Venice, Italy. Just 300 feet through the finish line, the boat struck the breakwater just beneath the surface. Traveling at 70 knots, the hull was ripped clean open and the powerboat was tossed 100 feet in the air. 76-year-old pilot Buzzi and 2 other crew members were all killed instantly. The 4th crew member, Mario Invernizzi, miraculously survived after being tossed from the boat. The team was posthumously awarded the record, smashing their previous world record by nearly 4 hours. Number 6. Grounding. The Suez Canal in Egypt was blocked for 6 days when the giant container ship Ever Given ran aground in March of 2021. Officially, the 1,300-foot-long ship, which is just shy of a quarter of a mile, was buffeted by 45-mile-per-hour strong winds, resulting in a loss of ability to steer the ship. Driving gusts of wind against the side of the loaded cargo ship caused the containers to act like a sail. By the time the sandstorm had settled, bow and stern of the Ever Given were wedged into either bank, causing a complete blockage of the Suez Canal. Despite the crew's lucky escape with no injuries, things would get worse before they got better. The canal itself is responsible for about 12% of annual global trade, and over the subsequent days, some 350 other vessels were blocked from reaching their destinations. These delays halted just shy of $10 billion worth of trade for each day it was wedged in the narrow canal. Rescuing the ship was a long and slow process, which included removing fuel and ballast from the ship to lighten it, dredging the canal, a very memeable excavator, and many, many tugboats. On March 29th, at 15:05 local time, satellite images showed the vessel was finally free to move, but not yet free to leave. Egyptian authorities seized the Ever Given and proceeded to hold it for over 3 months. Demanding compensation from the Japanese owners of the ship, at one point, they wanted over $600 million for the salvage operation and for loss of reputation. After reaching an undisclosed settlement, Egyptian authorities released the container ship on July 7th. Number 5. Oil spills. The largest accidental oil spill in history occurred in 2010 in the Gulf of Mexico. The Deepwater Horizon oil platform was a semi-submersible floating and mobile drilling rig. Owned by Transocean and being leased for operational use by oil giant BP, it caught fire on April 20th. The oil well was located about 5,000 feet below the surface and extended nearly 3.5 miles deep into the seabed. A sudden and uncontrolled surge of methane blew through the recently installed cement well cap, which had been put in place to seal the well for later use. The natural gas ignited as it traveled up the platform's riser, and at about 7:45 p.m. local time, a fiery explosion engulfed the platform, and 11 workers were never heard from again. Thick black smoke plumbed into the sky as the fire continued to burn, being fueled by the natural gas as well as the crude oil that was now spewing out of the ruptured wellhead. The platform continued to burn uncontrollably for the next 2 days, before the structure gave out, capsizing and subsequently sinking into the ocean, all while still leaking over 60,000 barrels of oil per day from the damaged well into the Gulf of Mexico. Even though the platform had sunk 2 months earlier, it took 83 days for the petroleum leak to be temporarily stopped and a further 3 weeks for a permanent solution to be completed. By August 3rd, an estimated 4.9 million barrels, or 205 million gallons, of oil had been dumped into the water. BP was subsequently fined $65 billion. Number 4. Dredging accidents. One Vietnamese operator made a very lucky escape when the crane he was using buckled under the weight of the load that he had tried to pull from a river below. The crane was operating on a barge on the Co Chien River south of Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam in April of 2020. Video footage captures the dramatic moment when the crane suddenly snaps from underneath the cab and topples into the murky waters below. The barge rocks as two of the workers can be seen fleeing as the entirety of the crane vanishes in seconds. Fortunately, the quick-thinking driver hopped out of the other side of the cab. No one was reported injured, but the three men were left very confused as to what to do next. Number 3. Human error. Perhaps not the most infamous sinking of a cruise liner ever, the Costa Concordia disaster of 2012 is the most cataphoric in living memory. The 6-year-old cruise liner was built at a cost of $530 million, and on the first leg of her route through the Mediterranean. The ship's captain, Francesco Schettino, then veered from the Concordia's safe and planned course to perform a salute to Tuscany, the maritime act of sounding one's horn as a warm greeting. Unfortunately, the language barrier between the Italian captain and the Indonesian helmsman meant the boat steered the wrong way, an error that was corrected in less than 15 seconds. However, it takes quite some time for a huge 100,000-ton vessel to maneuver. By 9:45 p.m., passengers and crew reported hearing a huge thud. A 175-foot hole was torn in the port side of the Concordia after it collided with rock outcroppings. Water immediately began to rush on board, and 5 compartments, including the engine room, were flooded. Concerns by both the passengers and the Italian Coast Guard were initially downplayed by Captain Schettino. The Concordia had lost power, and after a further 10 minutes of confusion, panic started to set in amongst passengers and crew alike. The Italian Coast Guard called back over the radio, and Schettino finally admitted they were taking on water. By 10:55 p.m., the captain gave the order to abandon ship. At 11:20 p.m., Schettino was seen leaving the bridge, and shortly after, he was spotted in a lifeboat, claiming that he had fallen in. By midnight, all cowardly crew members had abandoned the bridge, despite there still being 300 souls on board the sinking ship. Italian Coast Guard found Schettino and a lifeboat full of former Concordia officers and ordered them to return to the ship to oversee rescue efforts. They refused. When dawn broke, 4,194 people had been rescued from the now toppled ship. The rescue operation had enlisted 25 patrol boats, 14 merchant vessels, and numerous helicopters. 32 people perished on that night, with the last body not being recovered until November of 2014. Schettino was convicted on multiple charges, including manslaughter. He was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Number 2. Deep Sea Submersible. The Johnson Sea Link submersible was the second scientific research vessel designed by pioneer Edwin Albert Link out of Florida in the early 1970s. Designed and built with 2 separate compartments, this latest feat of engineering allowed for lockout diving, meaning that the crew could enter and exit the submersive at depths of up to nearly 500 feet. In June of 1973, a crew of 4, including Edwin Link's son, Clayton, set out on the sub's 130th dive for what appeared to be quite a routine mission. Tasked with a salvage recovery, the crew descended down to the USS Fred T. Barry off the coast of Key West, reaching a depth of over 360 feet with no concerns. Shortly after the salvage operation began, so did the rescue mission. The Sea Link had become stuck in the wreckage of the warship and was unable to free itself. The vessel and crew of 4 remained trapped at depth for over 24 hours, while support teams at the surface and the U.S. Navy organized and unsuccessfully attempted multiple rescue operations. The original dive plan did not account for the crew leaving the vehicle, so when lockout dives were discussed, it was deemed too dangerous for the 2 men in the diver's compartment for fear of oxygen toxicity, not to mention the cold. As the vehicle had now been down at over 300 feet deep for such an extended period of time, the temperature inside had now matched that of the ocean, a bitterly cold 45 degrees Fahrenheit. By the time the US Navy had managed to free the Sea Link and it had surfaced, the two occupants in the dive compartment, including Clayton Link, had both died due to carbon dioxide poisoning. Succumbing to the natural but deadly gas after an air filter in their chamber was not working at full capacity. This, totaled with the length of time the Sea Link was unfortunately submerged, meant that once the men fell unconscious, they were never able to wake up again. Number 1. Natural disaster. The SS El Faro left from Jacksonville, Florida, with the intention of carrying all 600 containers and 33 souls safely to San Juan, Puerto Rico. The 40-year-old floating rust bucket was piloted by American captain Michael Davidson. Before the ship's departure, Davidson was made aware of the storm and plotted a course that would take the El Faro within 175 nautical miles of the inclement weather, a distance later deemed to be more than safe by the Tote Maritime, the cargo ship's operator. Mother Nature would not be so kind, as during the voyage, meteorologists upgraded the weather from tropical storm to Category 3 hurricane. Less than 30 hours after leaving her berth in Jacksonville, the SS El Faro met the full force of Hurricane Joaquin on October 1st, 2015. By 7:30 a.m., the cargo ship had lost propulsion, was taking on water, and had a 15-degree list. Captain Davidson had sounded the ship's alarm, waking many of the crew to the announcement they were sinking. Everyone should leave the doomed vessel using the life rafts. The Coast Guard only received a single ping from the ship's emergency positioning radio beacon before all contact with her was lost. GPS data put the El Faro within the eye wall of Hurricane Joaquin. With winds in excess of 90 miles per hour and waves up to 30 feet high, it might not be surprising to learn that there were no survivors found. As the storm cleared the area, rescue operations mounted. The wreckage was found nearly a month later in an upright position and in one piece. It just happened to be about 15,000 feet below the surface of the ocean.
Number 7. Hanakapiai Beach. This beautiful beach on Hawaii's island of Kauai may draw you in with the scenic hike it takes to get there and its captivating waters, but beware, Hanakapiai Beach is known to have some of the strongest rip currents in the world. Strong enough to have been the cause of death for at least 83 people, of which the bodies of 15 of them were never able to be recovered. A sign on the trail as you arrive to the beach keeps an updated tally of the number of lives lost there to try to dissuade people from entering the water. Most other beaches have coral reefs that help reduce the strength of rip currents by resisting powerful ocean currents. But due to the absence of reefs in the waters around this beach, the rip currents are incredibly dangerous. To make it less accessible to people, there isn't any road access to the beach. The only way to get there is a 2-mile hike that contains big rocks, streams, and waterfalls, making it even more dangerous in case there's an emergency and immediate help is needed. Number 6. New Smyrna Beach. Known as the shark attack capital of the world, the reason behind why New Smyrna Beach in Florida is one of the most dangerous is no secret. Located in Volusia County, there have been a total of 244 shark attacks in those waters, with an average of 9 annual shark attacks in recent years. While it certainly does hold the record for the most shark bites that happen annually, luckily the majority of those bites have not been fatal. For example, an unnamed 64-year-old woman was bitten on the foot while sitting on her paddleboard in April of 2021. She was taken to the hospital to check out the lacerations on her foot. A similar incident happened a few months later in August of 2021 when an unnamed 35-year-old man was bitten in knee-deep waters on the foot by a shark. He too was treated for cuts but was okay. New Smyrna offers some of the best waves on the East Coast for surfers to ride, the thrill of surfing oftentimes overriding the threat of the sharks. So, if you do decide to risk it, Just remember that the decreased visibility of the water makes it hard for sharks to distinguish their normal food from humans, and our splashing in the water often confuses them into thinking we may be a food source for them. Number 5. Playa Zipolite. Located in the state of Oaxaca in Mexico, Playa Zipolite is also known as Playa de los Muertos, or Beach of the Dead. It earned this name after the ancient custom of the indigenous Zapotecs had them release their dead into the ocean as a burial ceremony. But nowadays, the name is still very fitting since the dangerous waters can result in deaths. In the old days, before 1995, around 50 people a year would drown here. But now, with the implementation of an active lifeguard team, drownings have been reduced by half, with the lifeguards making frequent rescues. A lot of people are drawn here for the strong surf and the fact that it is Mexico's first and only legal nude beach. While the laid-back beach atmosphere may be a great reason to go, be cautious if you plan on going into the water. The currents go in a circular motion and are incredibly strong. So, if you get stuck in one of those circular currents, you could be forcibly pushed out towards the ocean. If this happens, don't try to swim directly back towards the shore, because the same strong current that pushed you out to begin with will fight against you, and you will more than likely lose. Instead, swim parallel to the shore until you feel that you have swam past the circular rip current. Number 4. North Sentinel Island. North Sentinel Island is one of the Andaman Islands found in India, and it's definitely unique. It isn't the marine life that will kill you, nor any rip currents or pollution. At this beach, what you have to look out for is the indigenous group of people called the Sentinelese who inhabit the island. They resist the outside world and block out any contact with anyone who comes near them by killing them. They protect their island and their tribe by killing any trespassers who find their way onto the island. They've been known to shoot flaming arrows at planes and kill people, whether they arrived by accident or not, whom they viewed as trespassers washing up on their shores. They even refused the help of the Indian government when they tried to send aid after a tsunami, shooting arrows at a helicopter that tried to deliver food and supplies. One of the more recent cases of the Sentinelese attacking a newcomer to their island was the story of John Allen Chow, a 27-year-old Christian missionary who traveled to their beach illegally in hopes of teaching them about Christianity. He didn't disclose his trip to the Indian government, but rather paid 2 fishermen 25,000 Indian rupees, the equivalent of $400 US. After a couple of attempts to make peaceful contact with the tribe in November of 2018, they killed him. Upon Chow's death, the 2 fishermen were arrested as it is illegal to travel to the island without a permit from the government. Number 3. Haina Beach. Located in the Dominican Republic, the United Nations declared that the population of people who live in Haina have the highest level of lead contamination in the world. And if that wasn't bad enough, high levels of formaldehyde, ammonium, and sulfuric acid from the nearby manufacturing plants, power plants, and oil refinery are to blame for the heavy pollution. Factories not only release airborne toxins, but have been known to also dump other toxic waste directly into the water. For this reason, Haina Beach is unsafe to swim in and is often referred to as the Dominican Chernobyl due to its chemical pollution levels. Over 90% of the residents in Haina were reported to have high blood lead levels. Not only is it a chemical hazard, but the beach is also heavily polluted with plastic and garbage, making it one of the worst and most dangerous places in the world to even think about going for a swim in. Number 2. Fraser Island. Beware if you ever venture onto the shores of Fraser Island, a beach found off the coast of Queensland in Australia. True to the stereotypical, yet somewhat true, idea that everything in Australia wants to kill you, at Fraser Island, you're in harm's way whether you find yourself enjoying the water or staying dry on land. Not only do the waters have dangerous rip currents that can drown you, but they're also home to the world's deadliest jellyfish, the Irukandji jellyfish. They are the most venomous types of jellyfish in existence. Getting stung by one may result in symptoms like vomiting, sweating, abdominal pain, hypertension, anxiety, pulmonary edema, and even death from cardiac arrest. Between 50 to 100 people go to the hospital each year from Irukandju jellyfish stings. Luckily, not all cases are deadly, but they can be. Not to mention, the constant presence of sharks doesn't make the situation any safer. If you're thinking you'll stick to suntanning instead of going for a swim, think again. The island is home to packs of wild dingoes that have been known to attack people who visit the beach. One of the most recent cases was in May of 2021, when a 4-year-old child was attacked by a dingo on Fraser Island, sustaining a bite to the leg before his parents were able to chase the dingo away. Another toddler was attacked in April of 2021, sustaining bite injuries to his leg, arm, shoulder, and near the base of the head. Dingoes tend to go for prey they deem to be small and easy, so make sure to keep an eye on your little ones, or completely avoid this beach in the first place. Luckily, both children made a full recovery. Number 1. Kilauea Beaches. Known as the Black Sand Beaches of Hawaii, the Kilauea Beaches are some of the most dangerous beaches to visit. They are located near the Kilauea volcano on the Big Island of Hawaii. Black sand is formed by the reaction of lava meeting the ocean water. As the lava flows into the ocean, the significantly cooler temperatures of the water rapidly cools down the lava. The speed in which the lava cools results in a sort of explosion into several fragmented pieces. The fragments then get broken up by the motion of the waves, turning it into black sand. The black sand on the shore looks mesmerizing against the ocean, but it's constantly covered in volcanic ash. The volcano has been constantly erupting since 1983, sending scalding hot lava into the ocean, raising its temperature to as high as 110 degrees Fahrenheit. Swimming here is impossible, as you can be boiled alive by the water. In addition to this, the air is dangerous to breathe as it is riddled with toxic fumes from the volcano.
Number 12. Kern River. California's lethal Kern River might look beautiful, but it's claimed 271 souls since 1968, and it shows no sign of stopping. This picturesque river high in the Sierra Nevada mountains regularly attracts backpackers, outdoor enthusiasts, and rock climbers to her shores, but watch where you swim. During the rainy season, the Kern River swells and speeds up with currents and whirlpools that can catch any innocent bather in their snares. Although people can, and do, take a dip in the Kern River, you should only hop in if you're a strong swimmer and part of a group. Don't try to tackle this natural trickster alone. Number 11. River Wharf. Yorkshire's idyllic River Wharf is a deep, rocky trap for anyone who fancies themselves a swim in this innocent-looking waterway. Its looks are deceiving. The River Wharf looks much smaller than it actually is. In reality, the river is unpredictable, and the depth can vary between 30 and 300 feet depending on where you find yourself in her waters. Throw some mighty currents in, plus sharp rocks, and you have a true recipe for disaster. Since the River Wharf is so pretty, it's a popular spot for honeymooners who unfortunately get sucked into her trap and smashed to pieces on the rocks. If you ever find yourself in Yorkshire and you want to marvel at the River Wharf, remember the one rule that could save your life. Look, but don't touch. Number 10. Mississippi River. Challenge the mighty Mississippi River's currents, and you're almost sure to come out on the losing end. This 2,300-mile-long river is prominently featured in Americana and folklore, but the reality is a whole lot less wholesome. For one thing, the Mississippi is full of unpredictable rapids and undertows, capable of taking down even the most skilled swimmers. Not to even mention the Mississippi River's toxicity levels. This winding river is flanked on either side by factory farms and industrial companies, and all of that nasty runoff goes one place, right into the water. While the Mississippi is even worse after a heavy rainfall, there is never a good time to take a cool swim in this river unless you want to have a tetanus booster or risk drowning. Number 9. The Yangtze River. The Yangtze River stretches a full 4,000 miles through Asia, making it longer than the distance between Moscow and Beijing. This massively long waterway is a huge source of income for the people who live in the region, as well as one of the most dangerous rivers in the world. This river is simply bursting with all sorts of freshwater nasties like alligators, but it's got some human-made threats as well. As industrialization has ramped up in China, so has pollution, and the deadly combination of agricultural runoff and flooding make the Yangtze River hazardous to riverbed populations. In 1954, the Yangtze rose and killed 30,000 people. Between climate change and China's swelling population, you can expect more disastrous floods in the future. Number 8. Niger River. In 2010, 5,000 people and 30,000 animals were killed by the Niger River, proving that it's more dangerous than ever to live on the banks of this watery beast. Stretching from Niger to Burkina Faso, the river itself is already mucked up with tons of pollutants, and when the water level rises, things just get even trickier. The filthy water can decimate crops, spread disease, and sweep away whole families in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, you don't need to fancy a dip in the Niger River, it will undoubtedly come to you, especially during the rainy season. Number 7. Mekong River. The Mekong River snakes through China, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Burma, and Thailand, and it's known for its unpredictable currents and rampant floods. In 2000, 90 people were swept away when an enormous flood destroyed part of the riverbank. That's just one example of a time when locals felt the true wrath of the Mekong River. The animal life in the Mekong River isn't something to take lightly either. The waterway is home to plenty of Siamese and saltwater crocs, who are just as deadly on land as they are in the water. Although many people make their way down the Mekong River every year, it's not advisable to try your mettle with the Mekong River unless you have strong wilderness survival skills and a trusted guide, as well as the strength to fight off all of those crocs that just might be lying in wait. Number 6. Nile River. The 4,258-mile-long Nile River is among the most famous bodies of water in the world. If the Nile conjures up images of ancient Egypt, pyramids, and gold-decked pharaohs, you're not alone. Just don't leave out the rest of the story. The mighty Nile is home to some of the fiercest predators on the planet, including snakes, spiders, and the infamous Nile crocodile. Think you can outswim a croc? Even if you manage to outwit this 1,650-pound beast, you still haven't bested the Nile's most vicious killer, the humble mosquito. Nile mosquitoes can carry all sorts of awful tropical diseases. Sneaky schistosomiasis can also get you, and all you have to do is dunk your toe in the infected water. If you catch something, be prepared for at least a few days of bone-breaking fever and the worst rash that you ever had. Number 5. Yellow River. China's Yellow River is the 6th longest river in the world, fueled by runoff from the Bayanhar Mountains. Known locally as Xionghe, the Yellow River earned its nickname as the River of Sorrow for all of the missing wretches who disappeared after coming into contact with her waters. We can trace over 1,500 known floods to the river thanks to the 1.6 billion tons of soil that sift into her waters every single year. This mucky buildup causes massive blockages and is responsible for untold numbers of deaths. The Yellow River's floods are so epically devastating that explosives are actually dropped into the river to try to break up ice and sludge before it can cause a major catastrophe. Number 4. Congo River. The 3,000-mile-long Congo River is the deepest river in the world. Its gargantuan length is more than twice the length between London and Iceland. The Congo River is as mighty as it is enormous, inspiring local folklore and horror stories for centuries. The river itself is no joke either, dropping into a 75-mile-long abyss at one point known by locals as the Gates of Hell. If you survive the rapids, dizzying depths, terrifying river life, and cannibals, you've genuinely earned some bragging rights. Number 3. Brisbane River. Queensland, Australia's Brisbane River might be beautiful to look at, but it's full of oceanic predators that you never want to come nose to nose with: bull sharks. Bull sharks can live in both fresh and salt water, making them one of the deadliest animals known to man, and the Brisbane River is full of them. Conservative estimates speculate that there are at least 1,000 bull sharks in the Brisbane River at any time, but actual numbers could be 3 times higher. Since these predators are not afraid of sparring with any human, if you want to keep your legs, you should keep your feet on solid ground. Number 3. Paraná River. The Paraná River is 3,030 miles long, longer than the distance from North Dakota to Alaska, and it's a rough ride from end to end. It runs through Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil, and it's only second to the Amazon in scope and ferocity. For starters, the southern part of the river has tons of currents, flooding, and whirlpools, making it exceptionally dangerous both for swimmers and those who live on the riverbanks. The Paraná River can swallow up structures and displace massive populations of people. Flooding is only one problem with the Paraná River. Piranhas love this waterway and generally use it for their mating and breeding grounds. Get too close to the territorial piranhas, and you can expect to be swimming away with one or more battle scars if you swim away at all. Number 1. Amazon River. The Amazon River is the longest river on the planet in terms of water volume. People flock to the Amazon to get a glimpse of the lush jungle and spot some amazing animal life. But they might be getting a bit more than they bargained for. The Amazon River is home to some bone-chilling creatures that will not hesitate to harm. Anacondas, caiman, piranhas, and even bull sharks regularly swim in this great river. Smaller parasitic animals like candiru can inflict pain beyond your wildest imagination, especially if they decide to swim up your nether regions. If you can escape the animals, there's always the insects. Giant poisonous centipedes, spiders, and disease-bearing mosquitoes are common in the Amazon River. Should you wish to take in the splendor of the Amazon for yourself, make sure that you have all of your proper vaccinations and go with a guide.
Number 10. Wingnuts capsize. The Wingnuts was involved in the Chicago-Mackinac race when a powerful storm hit it. The events occurred because of a 50-knot-plus gust storm cell. 6 crew members managed to escape after the ship capsized. However, 2 of the crew members, Suzanne Mikowski-Bickle and skipper Mark Morley, died in the accident. The pair suffered blunt force trauma to the head, and a secondary cause of death was drowning. The survivors managed to draw the attention of 20 other boats with whistles and signal lights. The Sociable, a racing boat, circled the Wingnuts and pulled the 6 crew members to safety. The Coast Guards also brought out helicopters to search for the drowned too. Lake Michigan was not new to races, and neither was the Wingnuts. The vessel had a reputation for beating the lake's rough weather, so this accident was unprecedented. Number 9. Rambler 100 capsize. A former speedboat, the Rambler 100, endured an accident that lasted for hours. The Rambler 100 is a 100-foot Grand Prix ocean racer, known for its speeding skills and technique. The accident happened within 15 minutes of the canting keel coming off. The vessel inverted and capsized, with 21 crew members on board. While some of the crew wore appropriate clothing, the majority did not. When the accident happened, some of the crew members climbed on the bottom of the boat. Those who could not scramble out, and 5 of the crew members were thrown into the water and were made to drift for several hours. The vessel did not have a VHF radio, personal locator beacons, or EPIRB in the cockpit. They were stored below, and those parts were unreachable. The survivors were noticed 3 hours later. The crew expressed that they could have been lost if the accident had happened at night or far from the Fastnet Rock. Number 8. 420 dinghy capsize. The June 23 accident saw a Club 420 running under a spinnaker and accidentally capsizing and turning turtle. Then 14-year-old crew member Olivia Constance started telling her skipper that she was tangled. The entanglement was an awkward trapeze wire hooked to her harness. The instructors and skippers could not disconnect it. The crew was quick to communicate and receive help, but despite the CPR administration, Olivia drowned. While the crew did not realize this, even the smallest amount of water in your mouth could quickly cause drowning while you're still on the surface of the water. The rescue should be prompt, and remember that each second counts. Safety clothing, including a life jacket, is essential for rapid accidents like this. Number 7. Sydney to Hobart Yacht Race. The Sydney to Hobart Yacht Race is an annual sailing contest that saw a deadly accident in 1998. sailors from Britain, Tasmania, and New South Wales drowned due to a cell storm cutting through the fleet. In total, 7 yachts were abandoned at sea. There were 12 yachts impacted by the cell, and it took 30 military and civil aircraft to complete the rescue mission for 55 sailors. Out of 115 yachts that started the race, only 44 completed it. Many abandoned the race and took refuge in Eden along the New South Wales coast. The event, which happened at the Bass Strait in Victoria, cost so much money to fix. These sunken vessels, rescue bill, and damaged equipment were estimated at $30 million. Number 6. Croatia motor yacht. The sad news of 2 Italian sailors' deaths was announced in 2011. These sailors were both 60-year-olds from Padua, and their bodies were only recovered 4 hours after the accident. Their 13-meter sailing boat was hit by a 13-meter motor yacht, which threw them into the water around Maslinovic off the Primostan on the central Dalmatian coast of Croatia. The whole yacht was dismasted. The Ministry of Sea, Transport and Infrastructure set up a commission of inquiry into the circumstances around the fatal accident. Tomislav Horvatinčić, who was driving the motor yacht that killed them, was arrested and expressed shock and regret at the accident. He explained that his steering system failed him and prevented him from avoiding the sailing boat. The commission found that Horvatinčić was steering the yacht at 20 knots when the speed limit in that area was 5 knots. He escaped unharmed together with his companion, but was sentenced to 58 months in jail. Number 5. Sarasota sailing tragedy. A boat struck 3 young sailors in Florida during their Sarasota Youth Sailing Club practice. Ball was riding his vessel and helping another young sailor. While this was something only a skilled professional should do, Baugh did it impressively for a while until he lost his footing and fell, putting the vessel in gear. He was thrown from the boat and it continued without a captain. He managed to regain control, but that was after his powerboat had stroked several vessels in the SYS Greenfleet practice, causing injuries and damage. 2 children had minor injuries, but Isaac, a 10-year-old boy, died from his injuries when Baugh hit his yacht. Number 4. Wellington Lyttelton Yacht Race. There were 20 yachts contested in this race. The race would take anywhere between 2 to 5 days to complete. Many yachts were disqualified for using their engines in the southerly storm, and the others withdrew. In the end, Tahiri was the only vessel to complete the race. Other ships got lost or damaged in the storm. One of the vessels, Astral, wholly damaged and was abandoned. When the storm cleared, the rescue team and relatives of the missing crew members launched several searches with no positive results. A commission of inquiry established that 2 ships collided with other vessels early in the storm, which caused them to be wrecked. This 1951 tragedy is still remembered across New Zealand, and the recommendation of the magisterial inquiry remains the guideline for ocean yacht races. Number 3. New Zealand collision. A freighter ship tore into a 47-foot yacht carrying a family of 4. The ship, Melinda Lee, carried a Santa Clarita family who dreamed of sailing together for years. The family's 9-year-old son and mother went down, but their 7-year-old daughter disappeared into blackness. The father dove into the blackness to look for her and disappeared. The mother was found 62 hours after the collision when she was washed ashore onto the New Zealand North Island. The family was never seen again. Number 2. Vendée Globe Glory Story. Alex Thompson finishing second in the Vendée Globe seems like a reasonable effort until you realize that he might have gone through the worst times of his life. During the contest, he discovered something that should shake anyone who has the tiniest idea of vessels and how they operate. On a routine inspection, Alex Thompson, sailing solos, found structural damage to the central longitude up forward that had broken in multiple places. Alex had to drop sail and head west quickly. He contacted his team and they came up with a recovery plan. The repairs took 2 days and Alex himself was knee-deep in the handiwork. This could have gone terribly wrong if it was not discovered early like it was. Number 1. San Francisco Tragedy. The San Francisco sailing community has a century-old tradition called the Full Crew Farallones race. The race is for the most skilled sailors and a chance for their fans to witness excellence. The winds are expected at 10 to 20 knots, contributing to the 14-foot ocean swells. The yachts and their crew are aware of these rough conditions, and they still sign up. In April 2012, with 49 race yachts involved, a series of powerful waves spelled doom for the community. The 38-foot low-speed chase involved was the first fatality recorded in the race's history. Halfway through the race, one crew member died, and 4 went missing at sea when strong waves swept them at the Farallon Islands. 3 survivors, including the captain, were rescued 300 feet away from the damaged vessel.